right, we're back live. Pass it back to you, Joseph.
Thank you. This is Joseph Milajanowski. I go by CDocs. I wanted to thank Jonas for joining us. He is all the way from Belgium, and he's going to talk about red teaming, a journey through adversary emulation. Jonas, take it away. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So I'm Jonas. Work at Enviso, a Belgian or European cybersecurity company, where I'm a senior security consultant and also the red team solution lead. So I'm involved in all red team exercises, either from a management point of view or performing the execution, but usually a combination of both. I've been working from home since March 11th. And I've been keeping myself busy with the CRTE lab from Pentester Academy, although not progressing as much as I would have liked to, because even in lockdown, apparently I can't find the time to do the lab. I've been doing quite some sports, so that's a good thing. During this talk, I won't be presenting on any technical subjects, not on any tools either. So the goal is to present an overview of different testing types and when to apply them. So in the previous talks that you've been seeing, you did see some technical topics and tools presented with a small introduction of these different test types, but very briefly. So my goal is to go into detail on these different types and see what they are exactly and when they can be applied and when they are useful. So we'll start off with the basics first, so what everyone knows, which is pen testing and red teaming. First of all, vulnerability scanning. So this is where you just do host discovery, port and service enumeration with the objective of identifying vulnerabilities, and that's where you stop. Then you move on to the reporting. When you move on to penetration testing, that's where you add the exploitation step. So there, for all the identified vulnerabilities, you will take it one step further and actually try to exploit the issues. Try to determine the business impact, if it's to negate false positives, for example. Then often we also have these tests that we like to call creative pen testing. So that's where we get a request from a client to do a penetration test. But then they have requests like, could you also do a phishing exercise there? Or maybe you could try to tailgate someone into a meeting room. So while this is interesting, to say the least, there is no real added benefit of adding these kinds of more creative social engineering scenarios to a classic pen test. So that's when you would typically want to do more red teaming. So pen testing is of course useful in itself. It has its purpose, but there are some things that a penetration test will not cover. So for example, what a company or an environment's exposure is to a realistic threat targeting critical systems. So usually pen testing is not targeting the production systems, critical systems, but often in some kind of testing environment or a staging environment, and you are not using the techniques used by realistic threat groups. Pen testing is also focused on vulnerability identification, but the blue team will know that the test is happening. So their detection is of no importance because they know the test is going on and you can just blast away all you want. During red teams, typically you will also do social engineering, testing the user aspect, but the pen test is purely the technical point of view. And then while pen testing will give you recommendations to the findings that you identify, these are more on an ad hoc basis. So for example, you could have a finding or vulnerability in the system, provide a recommendation for that, and when that is fixed, you could go back for another pen test and find the same issue in another system. During a red team, you would typically want to look at the bigger picture and improve the processes and make sure that issues are fixed across the entire environment. When we look at this in a visual fashion, a red team is typically based on TTPs. So I guess by now you're probably sick of hearing the word TTPs, because I think they came back in every presentation probably. So you're using realistic tactics and techniques, and you're applying them to a company's processes, technology, and people. So to the full scope of these three different aspects, with the goal of course, assessing the company's resilience and eventually also improving their resilience. If we look at the pen test and map that to this visual, then you see I drew some small rectangles there in the technology field, because that is where a pen test would fit. So a pen test would then typically just test a small part of the client's technology, of the technology used in the environment, while a red team would cover all of the client's technologies, because you're testing the entire environment. A bit more details on these differences. So I visualized the pen testing and red teaming through a small kill chain, so to say, consisting of these gray rectangles. And when you would look at the penetration test, then you see there it's focused on one specific layer. Could be a subnet, for example, a couple of systems, an application, and there you would want to identify all of the vulnerabilities that there are to find on that scope that you define. So this is really a breadth-first approach, trying to identify everything there is, only on the technical part, of course. And as of methodology, you would typically use just reconnaissance and exploiting if you determine or identify a possible vulnerability. On the other hand, when we look at red teaming, there you have a depth-first approach. So there you're not focusing on trying to identify every vulnerability there is in a system or a subnet, but you're focusing on objectives. So your goal is to get to those objectives, and you do that by testing all of the environments, people, processes, and technology. So not just the technology. So this is a realistic attack against the environment, because you're using tactics, techniques, and procedures. When looking at the outputs, what you can expect from these tests, then a penetration test will give you results within a specific context, which could be, for example, a subnet in a data center. When you do a pen test there, you identify some vulnerabilities, but in the context of that test, in the data center, in that subnet. As for output, you would have, in terms of metrics, the amount of vulnerabilities, for example, possibly mapped to a risk rating. So you see high, medium, low, how many highs, how many mediums. You could map them to the systems as well. For system X, there are this amount of issues. For system Y, there are this amount. And there you also have those ad hoc remediations, like I said. But for the red team exercise, there you have some different interesting metrics that you can get from the testing. So Jorge also covered this in his presentation. So he had some nice lists of metrics which map quite well to these, I think. So some possible metrics there would be the time it takes the red team to get that first foothold in the network, to move laterally through the network to other systems, to get to the objectives. And then on the other hand, the blue team, how long did it take them to detect the red team, to detect the threat? And once detected, how long did it take them to remediate the red team's access from the environment? So to make sure the red team is kicked out of the environment and stays out. You could also look at the number of TTPs that were successful or prevented, and the complete kill chain, and what the corresponding TTPs were to get to that objective that make up the kill chain. So when we summarize these differences, we see that the pen test, like I said, is focused on vulnerabilities, on identifying vulnerabilities, while the red team exercise is really testing the resilience of the organization against a realistic threat, a realistic attack. While the pen testing is focused on breadth-first testing on a very limited scope, the red team will focus on flags and get there in a depth-first fashion. The pen test will only look at preventive controls in the technological aspect, while the red team will look at people, processes, and technology in terms of prevention, detection, and response. Then there is also something a bit in between, which is an objective-based penetration test that we like to call. So this is when we perform a test in a less mature environment, for example, where they, for example, do not have a blue team. Then we use this approach, and we call it the objective-based pen test, where we will use the penetration testing techniques. So we will identify vulnerabilities and try to exploit those, but with the goal of getting access to certain objectives. So in a depth-first approach. This is also only looking at the technological aspect. So in terms of prevention, because I said there is usually in these cases no blue team to do monitoring or detection, but the client does want to know, would an attacker be able to get access to specific data, specific systems, to our crown jewels? And in that case, this kind of testing, so an objective-based penetration test, is an interesting test to perform. So what makes a test a realistic test, or a simulation of a realistic threat? So like I said, that's the TTPs, because I don't think a threat group would get access to a data center and then start running Nessus scans on all systems. That is not what they do. That is not part of their tactics and techniques. So these TTPs are what describes adversary activities. So let's have a look at what a realistic attack is made up of and how it's built up. So like I said, the TTPs, this the pyramid of pain, as it's called. I think it also was shown in Jorge's slides, probably. This shows how easy or hard it is for an adversary to transform their activities. So it shows how much pain you can inflict them if you are able to detect this specific level of the pyramid. So let's say in your detection, you're able to detect hash values. If the adversary would use a document to set up a CNC channel, and they change just one character in the document, the hash value will change and they can evade your detection. For the IP address, if you monitor on a specific IP and they would just spin up a different server with a different IP, then they evade your detection. When we go to domain names, they would already have to request a new domain and then probably start either aging that domain or trying to recategorize it to be able to bypass your proxy or your detection. So there you're already inflicting more pain if you are able to detect this level. If we go another level up, there we have network and host artifacts, which could be, for example, processes that you inject to. Let's say you have a Cobalt Strike malleable profile. Probably you're working with a specific profile that you created, injecting into specific processes or writing specific registry keys. Maybe you have a specific way how your communication is built up to your CNC, for example, through the URI or through cookie values. If the blue team has detection on those values, then you would have to start crafting a new malleable profile to get around that. So then it gets more annoying to bypass the defenses. When you go another level up and look at the tools, let's say your document would use, for example, PowerShell, and the blue team has some extensive monitoring on PowerShell, you would have to stop using that tool and try to get around it. There is one of my colleagues, he was recently researching some ways to implement a specific technique, and he implemented this using, if I remember correctly, VBA, PowerShell, and C++. So this would be one way to get around the blocking of a specific tool. And then at the top, there you get the TTPs. So this is what makes a specific threat group, what makes them them. So every threat group will have some TTPs that they like to use, that they are used to using. So when you start detecting that, then they have to switch around their operations. So typically this would be for the blue team looking at specific patterns of behavior. So in a way, moving up in the pyramid of pain also makes it more difficult for the blue team to start detecting that. Now those TTPs, they're of course listed in the MITRE attack framework, so I don't think this needs a lot of explanation. So there you have in the top row the different tactics, and then for every tactic the techniques that can be used to accomplish that tactic. Now in terms of modeling the attack, this is also not a big surprise probably. So there is the cyber kill chain created by Lockheed Martin, which is a well-known model of how threat groups, how adversaries operate. So there is the classic steps consisting of reconnaissance and then weaponization. To go back to our example, so you could have a threat group doing reconnaissance on employee emails and their job titles, for example. Maybe looking at HR, who is used to opening CVs, and they decide to weaponize a document, a fake CV, then deliver that to the HR employee, which or who opens the document and gets the code executed. So then you would install persistence on the device, get your command and control back, and then once you have that foothold on the device, start your action on objectives. So there are some limitations to this model, even though it is highly useful indeed. But some limitations, according to us, are the fact that it's very much focused on the external part. So the reconnaissance until command and control steps, they are all external, so before the foothold in the network. And then when you get that foothold, the action on objective starts. So a lot of activity and a lot of steps are still contained in the action on objectives. So all of the lateral movement, all of the actually getting to the objectives and exfiltrating data, that's all contained in the action on objectives. Additionally, it's also a purely sequential model, while attackers or kill chains often don't perform their steps in a purely sequential way. So maybe this is not one of the most obvious reasons, but it would be useful to get a model that visualizes this a bit better. And for that, I think this model is actually more useful. So this is the unified kill chain, which was actually created or invented, so to say, by a Dutch student. So his name is Paul Pols, like you can see, and he did a study of the cyber kill chain, the one from Lockheed Martin, and compared it with a literature study, and looking at results of Fox IT, so the company where he did an internship, of their red teaming results, and also with kill chains from an actual threat group, which was ATT&CK, if I remember correctly. So he combined all of this information and then created this model, so this unified kill chain. So you see it has an initial foothold step, which actually roughly maps to the kill chain from Lockheed Martin. But there, whereas you have in Lockheed Martin the action on objectives, in this case that's expanded into 2 additional loops. So the action on objectives here is expanded into the network propagation step and then an actual action on objective step. So this is where, after getting that foothold, the adversary will move out throughout the network, jumping from system to system, escalating privileges, and then trying to get to those objectives. So with all of that in mind, I would like to share our red team methodology. So this is our a bit more high level, more generic methodology, where we base all of our testing on. So as I said, I think the unified kill chain is a more useful model. So that's also what we use as a basis for building the other steps on. So like I said, there is the initial foothold phase where you try to get a foothold in the network, which can be through different scenarios. And once you get that foothold, then you start propagating throughout the network until you get to the objectives. So in terms of adversary emulation or emulating a realistic threat, we define 3 abstraction levels. So we have on the highest level, the strategic level. So this is where we define the flags and the objectives, which maps to the why. So why would a specific adversary or threat group want to target your environment? What would they like to accomplish in your environment? So this could be trying to get access to client data, to specific critical systems, trying to perform a payment, for example. And then one level below that, you have the tactical level. So this maps to the tactics that are defined in the MITRE attack framework. So this is the sequence of phases that the adversary performs to get access to the why. So it's what the attacker will do to be able to get to the objectives. And then on the lowest level, the operational level, there you have the specific techniques and procedures. So that's how the adversary fills in the sequential or the specific tactical steps. I added a small example to compare this to the real life. So let's say, for example, you have on the left 3 different threat groups. One of them uses a motorcycle, one a car, and one a bus. And on the right, you have the strategic level. So that's the objective. That's why they are performing this attack. So in this case, they want to get access to the little windmill. If we look at the tactical steps, so what they do to get to that windmill, you see they have to go straight ahead, turn right and turn left. But on the operational level, how they implement those tactical steps, that depends on the threat group's specific techniques that they use. So the guy on the motorcycle, he would twist the gas pedal with the right hand and shift with the left foot. So that's operationally how he would perform those tactical steps. And of course, the one with the car and the bus, they would operationally do it in a different way that is typical for them as a threat group. So when we look at the strategic level, we have defined mapped to the unified kill chain 3 objective tiers. So in the yellow tier, that's the first level. And there we define objectives that are linked to getting that initial foothold. So some examples are trying to compromise an external server, for example, trying to obtain credentials via phishing, trying to get a payload executed to get access to the internal network. And then once that is done, you can move on to the orange tier and try to become admin on servers, on workstations, even domain admin eventually, possibly. And then in the red tier, that's the most important objectives. That's what you're going for as an adversary. There you have the client's crown jewels, sensitive data that you want to get. So there, the red tier, this is specific to that client. So while yellow and orange is usually very similar across clients, across environments, the red tier is really depending on the client environment. You also see that domain admin is only in the orange tier and not in the red tier, because domain admin in itself is not an objective, but it's a means to get to the objective. So there are exercises where we get red tier objectives without being domain admin. So it's not a requirement to become domain admin. What I think is useful using this model or these objective tiers, that you have some more nuancing in your reporting. So before these objective tiers, you could say, for example, as an objective, we have our system X, that is our absolute crown jewel, and then we would perform 2 scenarios. Let's say one phishing, one physical scenario. If through the phishing we did not get access to system X, but through the physical we did, we would have to say, okay, the phishing, we did not get access to the objective. So you could consider that scenario failed, maybe for the business or for executives or management. But in this way, we have different levels of reporting on the objectives. So there we could say, for the physical scenario, we did get access to system X, which is a red tier objective. In the phishing, we did not, but instead we got access to the yellow tier objective, getting credentials via phishing, getting access to the internal network by having our payload executed. And we did get access to the workstation as an administrator. So this helps to show in a more nuanced way what the impact was per scenario. Then on the tactical level, there is of course the sequence of tactics. So based on the MITRE attack framework, there is pre-attack, which happens before the initial foothold, where you start setting up your environment or your infrastructure as the red team. So there were quite some talks on getting your infrastructure set up, like the previous talk, for example. So this is something that would fall under the pre-attack tactics. Registering your domain, getting your C2 up and running, getting your servers ready, your redirectors, and then once you get that foothold, then that's where most of the attack tactics come into play. Then on the operational level, that's also mapped to MITRE attack. So for every tactic, there are multiple techniques to accomplish that tactic. If we take the example from before, but now apply it to actual threat groups, then you get the little visual here. So here we're looking at two threat groups, one APT-28 and the other Turla. This is not an actual plan or kill chain of their TTPs. It's just used as an example. So in this case, they're both going for the same strategic objective. So they both want to get access to a crown jewel. And you see that their sequence of tactics is the same in this case. So very often on the tactical level, the kill chain will be the same or very similar, which is also visualized in the unified kill chain. So there, the loops of tactics are the same. And depending on the threat group, they will select or perform different tactics, but very often tactics are very similar across attacks. But it's on the technical level that there is a different implementation. So different threat groups will accomplish different tactics depending on the techniques that they like to use. So that's what's visualized in with this graph. And then another example of a more detailed kill chain. So when we report on the red team exercise, we always map the findings that we identified to the different steps that we took in the kill chain. So we map them to the tactics and the techniques, which helps the blue team and the client's operational teams to prioritize different findings. So let's say, for example, in this case, in the second step, we discover systems without SMB signing, where we could perform an SMB relaying attack. If the client would enable SMB signing, then they know at this step of the kill chain, we would be able to stop the red team's progress. So there we would be able to bring them to a halt. Now, in terms of terminology, so I've been speaking of pen testing and red teaming. Dropped an adversary emulation and simulation here and there. And I've used, or I've heard both terms used to refer to the same things in the past. I've also heard people saying that it should be emulation, that's the only correct terminology. So that got me interested in the little details of both terms, and I did some research to determine if there was actually a difference, or if one of or the other should be used. And then this is what I discovered or came up with. So first, very theoretically, the definition of both verbs. Simulation is to produce something that isn't real but has the appearance of being real, and this is usually used for analysis and study, while emulate is to behave in the same way as someone else. And often that's used as a substitute to the original thing. So to take another real-life example for these two verbs, in the case of simulation, you could say, for example, that you perform a science project and make a miniature volcano with a small village around it, just to see what would happen if the volcano erupts. So for study of the consequences for that village. On the other hand, if you look at two actual villages, so Sicily with Mount Etna, as a volcano, and then Naples with Vesuvius. If you would make a miniature of Sicily and put a small Etna in there with the same proportions as the Etna to have that erupt, you would actually perform an emulation of an erupting Etna to use as a substitute for the actual eruption. So you could do that to study what would happen if the real Etna would erupt. You could do the same thing for Naples and have create a miniature Naples with a Vesuvius to see what would happen to Naples in case of an eruption of the Vesuvius. It wouldn't make sense to make a miniature Sicily and then put a miniature Vesuvius there, because in real life this is not the most probable threat for Sicily, because they have the Etna to worry about and not the Vesuvius. So this is a bit how it compares to threat groups as well. So if we look at simulation and emulation and apply that to the cyber world, to threat groups, then a simulation would be a simulation of an adversary that is not real. So you could take an environment and use realistic techniques there without emulating a specific adversary, just with the goal of analyzing the environment to see how resilient they are to realistic attacks, so to a simulation. And you could base that on the red team's experience, on the environment where you're looking at. So certain techniques could be more probable to succeed in certain environments, or you could just look at the global technique popularity. So you're just putting some techniques together and testing those out in that environment with the goal of analyzing what would happen there if they are able to defend against that. On the other hand, for an emulation, there you would really base this on threat intelligence. So knowing that a certain threat group is more likely to target you as a company. So for the financial sector, certain threat groups will be more likely to target them than others. The same thing for the technological sector, for government. So different threat groups will target different environments. So there, in that case, you would emulate a specific threat group, which is what Jorge did, for example. So he took ATT&CK, if I remember correctly. So in that case, if you are a company which is likely to be targeted by ATT&CK, you would emulate that threat group as a substitute for a real attack from that threat group to see what would happen. How does that look in the attack navigator? So this is a navigator that I filled in from a red team exercise. So there we used some of the techniques that we had used before, that we like to use, that we thought that would work in that environment. So there we simulated a threat or an attack just by using the techniques that worked and then filling this in the attack navigator. Then on the other hand, if you want to emulate a specific adversary, then you could select all of the techniques that are often used by that threat group and try those out in the environment that you are testing. So there you would be mimicking a really specific threat group. A specific type of test that makes a nice combination of these two principles is a TIBER test. That's the threat intelligence-based ethical red team, which is for Europe, the TIBER-EU, so the European initiative. This originally it's originally based on TIBER-NL, so it started in the Netherlands. It's also based on CBEST roughly, which is more a UK thing. So TIBER-EU is the European initiative coming from the European Central Bank, where they want to have all of the European countries implement their own version or implementation of TIBER. So in the case of Belgium, that's TIBER-EU, for which you can see the logo on the left side. It kind of looks like someone wanted to emulate a graphic designer, but failed quite miserably. On the right side, you have the logo for NBB, which is the National Bank of Belgium. So in Belgium, they are the authority for TIBER. So they should force, so to say, the financial institutions to perform TIBER testing and they will guide the institutions with the procurement of a testing party and with follow-up together with the entity's wide team. The bottom two sentences are definitions coming from the TIBER document. So there you see that it mimics potential attacks by threat groups. So that's clearly the emulation part, and without the knowledge of the blue team. So that's the red team part where you try to stay undetected by the blue team, stay stealthy while you try to get access to the objectives. This is an overview of the TIBER testing process. So you see it has 4 big phases, starting with the GTI. So this is a generic threat intelligence, which consists of threat intel collection across the entire financial landscape. So in the TIBER-EU case, this would be threat intelligence on threat actors that would want to target the Belgian financial actors. So not specific to one entity or to one financial company, but general for Belgium. Then you have the preparation step, which is more important to the entity that's performing the testing, so less relevant to us as a red team, which is then followed by the testing phase and closure. In the testing phase, you have a number of big steps. The first of which is the threat intelligence gathering. So this one, as opposed to generic threat intelligence, this is really specific to the entity under test. So there, a threat intelligence provider will perform reconnaissance on targets and threats. Targets is more information on attack services across the entity. So that's, for example, systems they have exposed online, a footprinting reconnaissance on their external surface, while threats is more related to the classic threat intelligence, so to the threat groups that would want to target that entity specifically, and the techniques that they normally use. So then the threat intel provider compiles this into a threat intelligence report, which is then used in a workshop between threat intel provider and red team provider to come up with a red team test plan. So based on the test plan, the red team provider will perform the red team exercise. So the red team test plan in this case is quite interesting to look at in a bit more detail, because it is really the transition between the threat intel and the red team phase. So it's also the goal to have a workshop between the threat intel provider and the red team provider to really agree on the kind of scenarios that will be executed. So the red team really has to base their testing on the results of the threat intel provider. So you could actually compare it a bit to the adversary emulation plan that was used by Jorge as well. You see, this slide is a little bit text heavy with some smaller text, but there is a reason for it, because I'm going to annotate every section. So in this case, the top line. So these are all sentences or points taken from the TIBER guidance and the TIBER implementation guides. So this explains what the red team test plan should look like and what kind of information it should contain. So as a first step, it says you should align your test objectives with the goals of each of the threat actors, and you should map them to one or more of the critical function supporting systems. So in TIBER, there is the term critical function supporting system, which basically says that it's a system that supports the client's business purpose. So this is basically the crown jewels for that client. So you see that this maps to the strategic level that we defined in our methodology, where in the red tier we would map the critical functions and use that as the objectives that we will be going for. And in that case, it's also aligned with what the threat actors would go for as an objective. Then secondly, there is 2 sections that are that discuss the tactical and the operational levels. One of them is more tailored to the emulation part, because there TIBER mentions, so in this case, you would typically define 3 attack scenarios that are based on a threat actor that is relevant for that client or that entity. So there, TIBER says that you would mimic the threat actor that you defined and try to replicate their attack. So this is really the adversary emulation part, where you pick a threat actor and emulate the techniques that they use. In addition to that, TIBER also says that you can provide some creative elements, where you would say, for technique X, if that doesn't work, we can deviate from that and we could try to perform technique Y. And in that case, you could combine different techniques of those relevant threat actors. But then, as a fourth scenario, which is called scenario X in TIBER-EU, there you have more the adversary simulation idea. Because there, TIBER basically says you can go ham. So you can use all of your own research, all of the tools you created, even 0 days maybe if you have them. And there you can just do whatever you want, basically. So you can use creative and innovative TTPs, even if they aren't used by threat groups, or even if they aren't really used at all yet. So you see that maps to the simulation idea. Then looking at the roles and responsibilities, so you have the red team test plan there, which is of course the responsibility of the red team provider. There are a lot of other steps in TIBER as well. I think something that immediately pops up is the handover session. So with the threat intel and the red team provider. So what's interesting there is that this is the responsibility of the threat intel provider to make sure that this is performed adequately. You also see that in terms of accountability, this is all with the entity performing the test. So as of the preparation to most of the closure and all of the testing in between, in terms of accountability, that's with the entity. It's only for the TIBER requirements that the authority is accountable. So that's the National Belgian Bank. So they should make sure that the entity performs the TIBER test and that it's performed according to the TIBER requirements. So you can say this was actually a TIBER test. Then in terms of participants, so you of course have the entity, authority, threat intel provider, and red team provider, but the blue team is there as well. So for now, we haven't really discussed the blue team yet. We've been focusing on the offensive side and talking about the goals of red teaming, the objectives. What does a red team do? How do you do emulation, simulation? But the blue team is involved as well. And they get involved at the end of the TIBER exercise. So there they create their own blue team report, which maps the activities that the blue team performs. So which is potentially detections alerting that they saw, the incident response that they performed. And then you can map these with the red team's actions. You also have a replay workshop where the red team will go through their attack and their steps and explain them and discuss them with the blue team. So they will say or provide a timeline of what they performed and show to the blue team the different techniques that they used, and then potentially show some alternatives to those techniques. So let's say a technique X was performed by the red team and the blue team detected that. Then the red team could say, yeah, but if we would change this up a little bit and instead of using technique X with this tool, we would use this tool, would you still detect it? If we used another technique to accomplish that tactic, would you still detect it? Would you have the logs available? So there, the red and blue team start working together a bit, which is starting to become the purple teaming idea, which brings us seamlessly to the final section, which is the purple teaming. So first of all, when we look at the blue team, their general objective is to improve the company's security posture. How do they do that? They do that by implementing preventive controls. So they want to prevent the attacker, the red team, from progressing, from being able to exploit issues. They do that by doing monitoring, alerting, and threat hunting. So in case the red team is able to progress throughout the kill chain, the blue team wants to detect that and have alerting on the red team's activities. Once that's done, they will perform incident response and try to eradicate the red team's access from the network. So there you see, to get to the objective of improving the security posture, they have some objectives for themselves that's basically trying to make the red team fail. So where the blue team tries to be successful, there you have the red team that has to fail for the blue team to be successful. There is also a different reporting hierarchy. So when the blue team has to report on the success of these measures, they will report to another management than the red team. So there you see that there is some conflict in interest and in what they want to accomplish. On the other hand, if we look at the red team, their goal should also be to improve the security posture, but they do that by identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities. But you see there, if the red team is successful in that, if they find a lot of vulnerabilities, that means some controls of the blue team have failed. So the red team there is measured in the success of failed controls. And the more controls that fail, the better it is for the red team, which is a good job to them. They also try to evade the blue team's detections, for example, through social engineering, trying to get users to run things to bypass preventive controls, to bypass detections. They use obfuscation to bypass certain detection. So there, for the red team, if the red team is successful, then that means the blue team has failed somewhere. And also, when looking at the red team, I've noticed that often you would think the main objective is not to improve the security posture, but to get domain admin. That's a bit of a matter of honor to get domain admin. Often, when we know someone is doing a red team, the first question that's asked is, "So, did you get domain admin yet?" So you don't want to know who, where, or what they're doing the red team. You just want to know, did you get domain admin? So when the blue team is doing a good job, that's obviously not going to work, and the red team will lose their bragging rights. So you see that here there is not really a lot of incentive for both of those teams to help each other. However, it would be for both of them, and especially for the company, more interesting to help each other and help each other improve. How could they do that, for example? So the red team could share TTPs of new actors with the blue team. Maybe the red team could discover new TTPs and share those with the blue team as well, saying, we found this interesting technique. Would you be able to detect this? The red team could also help the blue team prioritizing specific fixes and preventive controls, because the red team knows in their kill chain what was interesting for them to abuse, what really helped them further advance in the kill chain. So they could say, look, this is really a key thing that we abuse to advance. If you would fix that, this would make our life a lot more difficult. And then on the other hand, the blue team could test some of the red team techniques themselves. So if they know the red team often abuses this technique, they could start testing that technique for themselves and see if their detection works. They could also share some of their detective controls, their incident response playbooks with the red team, so that the red team can change up their attack plan. So if they know a certain technique will definitely be detected by the blue team, then they can prevent using that and switch to something else to make sure that they cover some other things. So the purple teaming approach is quite interesting, but it's not something that's useful for every environment or every client, because you need a few prerequisites to be able to perform purple teaming. So first of all, you need a central logging platform to have all your logs in one place, to have them aggregated, to be able to do threat hunting. Because purple teaming on an environment where logs are just locally available, that's not going to work. in that logging platform, you need as much or as many log sources as you can get. So you want to have visibility on your endpoints, on your network devices, on the proxy, on firewalls, and you want to have those all in the central logging platform. And then, of course, you will need people investigating. So you need a SOC, you need analysts that will be looking at alerting and performing threat hunting and cooperating with the red team. This is a possible way to integrate everything that we've been discussing in an approach to improve the security posture. So you could have periodic assessments consisting of red team exercises, be it through the simulation approach, which is more the classic red teaming, or the emulation approach, where you would use a specific threat actor and emulate their techniques. So the emulation one, I think, would be more useful for more mature environments, where they have a threat intel feed where they know which kind of threat actor would target them, while the classical red teaming approach, where you take the simulation methodology, would be more useful for the less mature ones. So in that case, you wouldn't know what kind of threat groups are relevant for your environment. So you would more test some different realistic techniques to see what works there and what doesn't. And then based on the red team's results, so based on the TTPs that they tested, you could have a replay between the red and the blue team. So as in the TIBER framework, where the red team will go through the attack chain with the blue team and discuss what they did, what was successful and what wasn't, how the blue team could detect their attack. So they align on the kill chain and on the attack. Then based on that information, the blue team could continuously test those techniques themselves. So they could implement the different techniques that the red team used and then try to emulate those themselves to see if their detection improves. They could do that in a continuous fashion, and then when they think they're ready to get another red team test, you could have another assessment and then do another adversary emulation or simulation to see does the blue team now detect the attack, or is the red team able to use another kill chain to get to the objectives, and then repeat this process to just keep improving the security posture and the preventive and detective controls. Tracking that improvement is done through the navigator as well. So this is what we prefer to use. And I think this also maps to the vector tool, which was also shown by Jorge. So that's a useful tool to keep track of all the techniques that were tested and keep track of the detection result as well. And there you can keep tracking that improvement over time by seeing if your number of detected TTPs will go up or if it's just remains stagnant. You could also mark if you have the logs available for that specific TTP or not, and then just keep trying to improve those metrics. And then on the right side, you have, of course, the metrics that the red team exercise would give you. So this is the same as one of the first slides that we looked at, but you would see that when on the purple team side, when the number of detections there increases, that it will become more difficult for the red team. So there on the right side, you would notice that the time to initial foothold would start to increase, the time to network propagation and objectives, because it becomes harder for the red team to successfully perform their techniques. So there, the time to detection would go down because the blue team is improving. They're getting better at detecting, so they will be able to detect the red team faster. They will be able to remediate faster and kick the red team out of their environment. The ratio of successful against prevented TTPs would go down because the red team is going to be less successful in executing TTPs. So there you see that both of those metrics, they impact each other. And then once you get all of that right, you have the red and the blue team working together as two teams, but with one dream to defeat the actual adversary and the actual threat group that's coming after you. So you also notice that we don't speak of a purple team. So I don't think purple team is a specific team. I think it's more of a concept where you get the red and the blue team working together as one team without actually forming one team. With that, we've come to the final slide. So here I would like to share three main ideas or convey these three final ideas. So maybe adversary emulation might be the final destination. So what you want to accomplish in the end, but to be able to get there, you also need maturity. So most of the companies, I think, will have a journey before they get there, maybe starting off with objective-based penetration testing. And then once they get a blue team, get some defenders and detection, moving on to red teaming until they eventually get to a point where they're mature enough for adversary emulation and where they can really base the attack on threat intelligence and an actual adversary. In either case, a realistic attack should be based on TTPs because a threat group will not be running Nessus on systems in the data center or in the subnet. They have their own techniques, these threat groups, the adversaries, that they like to use. So when you perform a realistic attack, you should be using realistic techniques. And then finally, when the red and the blue team start working together, that's when I think the greatest things can be achieved, instead of when they are face to face against each other, noses not pointing in the same direction and without the same objective in mind. And with that, I'm closing off my my presentation. I think I'm going to be sticking around for a couple more minutes, maybe 10 minutes in the Discord chat to answer potential questions. And then after that, I'm heading straight to bed probably because it's almost midnight here in Belgium. So enjoy the rest of your evening and maybe see you in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jonas. Really appreciate your talk.
Most of you must not know me, but I'm actually working for a French consulting firm, which is written in the, below in the slide. I'm an InfoSec manager, and I've been working in the industry of cybersecurity for 8 years now. I've worked for a computer emergency response team first, and then I decided that it was way more fun to attack things than to defend things. So actually, I switched, and now I'm leading the two kind of activities actually. So I'm mainly involved in red team operations, but I'm also performing some incident response activities as well, and the security operations centers activity also. So the agenda for that presentation is the following. First, we're going to focus on the reasons why I decided to develop yet a new tool. Then we're going to enter the core of the features of the tool, and at the end, and this is, I hope this won't be the end of your involvement in that project. I will make a call for contribution because it's a very live project, and I hope that you will be enthusiastic to participate to that project. So first, you probably read that it was about red team, but you also probably wonder why another geek has decided to develop yet another tool, because there are already so many tools on GitHub, and oh my God, I can't I can't find the right tool for my operation. So let's get things a bit more specific, because actually I don't even see you, I don't know you, and I don't know if you've got a red team operation background. So just to be specific about what I mean by red team operations. So red team operations are not just offensive activities, just audit activities. When we are talking about red team, we are talking about testing and information system security deeply in real conditions, where we can use social engineering attacks, we can use physical security attacks, we can steal things, we can DDoS things in some cases. So, and the idea is to get one target, but to bounce from that target to the final goal of your operation, because what is very important in red team operations is that you've got a goal, you've got a very precise, very specific objective to reach. And from a client perspective, red team operations are very interesting because they mimic the real guys that are attacking them. They aim at designing and performing real-life attacks. And at the end of an operation, and it will be the transition with my presentation, at the end of the operation, you do not want to have a lot of stuff you are lost in. You want to have a clear answer to provide to the board. You want to say, for instance, yes, I'm able to enter your system and perform a bank transfer on my account, for instance. Or I'm able to read the CEO mail. I'm able to steal that research and development data you care so much about. But you must wonder, if you are a bit in the field of cybersecurity, of pen testing, you must wonder why that guy decided to develop yet another tool, because there is already a lot of tools. And actually, yes, this is one of the first things I saw when I've started looking for tools for my red team operations, like almost 2 or 3 years ago. I thought, okay, there are tons of tools, and there is no aggregation of these tools. And when you use these tools, you have to read documentation, if any. You have to be very careful about not committing operational security failures. For those who wouldn't know what operational security failures would be, I give some example at the end of my presentation, but it would be, for instance, that you have a very good attack methodology, but you've just forgotten to hide your IP, for instance, at one point of your operations, so that the computer emergency response team, they are going to track your IP and get a hint about the organization you belong to. So what do we want with that tool? Basically, we wanted to facilitate red team operations, and specifically, we wanted to reduce the time to build a red team operations infrastructure. We wanted to enable complex actions with 1 or 2 clicks, so that you do not have to have Top Gun pen testers to get involved in each red team operations. You can have 1 Top Gun pen tester and 1 junior pen tester involved, and it's very important because nobody is going to know everything about everything, and even the most famous pen tester among us are not going to be as efficient in all steps of the kill chain. So the first thing I'm going to begin with is what the tool looks like, because I don't want to get into very theoretical explanation for now. So basically, what you can see here is just basically you can look for Abaddon on GitHub and find it on the Wavestone GitHub account. And you've got a script at the root of the repository, which is called abaddon.sh, very original name, and which helps basically launching the tool. It restores the database and some little things. So of course the tool works now. It's authenticated, and basically you can probably see, if you are right now on the GitHub repository, you can see that it's a Django application with a PostgreSQL database and a lot of other things I'm going to describe now. At each step of the presentation, I'm going to say what works now and what could be improved. So for now, of course, there is an authentication, but it's local. It depends on the local files or database you have on your computer or server. And of course, in a very industrial environment, would like to authenticate against an external service, but it's not in the priorities of the project now. Next interesting feature you've got in Abaddon is like you probably know that in the red team operations you have to follow, or you can follow, you might follow the kill chain. So, or if you're very trendy, you can follow the MITRE attack matrix. But at the end of the day, you're going to begin with reconnaissance actions, and you are going to begin with one question is, okay, I have a lot of reconnaissance tools again, and how do I aggregate all the tools? Because Nmap is cool. Everybody knows Nmap. ReconNG is very cool. Most of you must know ReconNG. Perhaps you already know Hunter.io, which I find very useful to find some mail for people who want to fish. And of course, there is the OWASP tool called AMAT, which is very helpful again. But I've just picked some tools, and it is very difficult to aggregate all the results. And one of the objectives in Abaddon that I wanted to illustrate at the beginning of that presentation is we would like to aggregate all these information in one file that would be very easy to read for a pen tester. And from a cost perspective, if you are in red team, it's very interesting because you don't want to sell a mission to your client that takes 5 or 10 days just because you have to aggregate Excel sheets and CSV files. It's completely uninteresting from a pen tester point of view. All right, so okay, you've come to DEF CON. You must wonder, okay, is that guy really explaining us that he just aggregated some reconnaissance tools? Of course, no. Of course, that was just the beginning. That was just an illustration of how Abaddon, the methodology of Abaddon, and how Abaddon can be useful. Because Abaddon is going to follow all the steps of the kill chain, and the the reconnaissance phase is the first. But now it's time to build your infrastructure, because I mentioned previously at the beginning of the presentation, it's one of the key objectives of Abaddon is to enable you, to allow you to build very quickly your CNC infrastructure. So a bit of architecture first. This is basically the command and control architecture you will be able to build. So what is there in it? Basically, in red team operations, we massively use AWS or GCP, but at the beginning of the development of Abaddon, I mainly focused on AWS. So what you can see here is first, you have your target network, the right of the scheme. So you have your scheme you want to reach. And let's say you have you want to leverage a phishing campaign. You have to set up a number of servers in the cloud and not associated with you, preferably. So, for instance, what Abaddon helps you with is that in 1 or 2 clicks, you are able to deploy what you see below in the scheme, which is EC2 instance. For those who are not very familiar with AWS, EC2 is the server. It's a server instance. So you are able to, with 1 click, to deploy a server on AWS, and on that server to deploy GoFish instance that is configured with the correct ports and that with the different passwords to avoid again operation authority error, to avoid that somebody connects to your GoFish infrastructure. So that's the first thing. It enables you to deploy in 1 click or 2 click GoFish on an EC2 instance. So the other thing it allows you to do is for the remote command execution scenario. It's the second scenario that is explained on the scheme. So let's say you have deployed a malware on your target network. You want to communicate with that malware securely and confidentially without being flagged by the defense team. And this is kind of tricky because we used to use domain fronting, but now, unfortunately, it's not working anymore. Now we're using a proxy protocol. I will come to that proxy protocol a bit later. It's basically a modified TCP protocol that helps you just forward the request. So to summarize things very simply, you have your target network, you have a malware installed on your target, and this malware is communicating with, again, an EC2 instance that you have on your AWS infrastructure. So your malware is communicating with a server in the cloud, and this server in the cloud, it has an Nginx proxy installed in it, and the Nginx proxy just uses the proxy protocol to just forward the data that is the malware, the communication of the malware. And what is very interesting with the proxy protocol is that it doesn't decrypt the data. So I'm not giving my client's data to AWS, and I'm not giving any opportunity for anyone to decrypt the data. So the data is forwarded to my infrastructure, and my infrastructure, what is it? It's first an Apache reverse proxy to get the communication of the malware and logs everything in red ELK, because I discovered red ELK almost 2 years ago now at Hack in Paris, and I was very enthusiastic about this tool, especially because I was working in the security operations center before, and I was very sensitive to the fact that it's very important to log things. So your Apache reverse proxy, it gets the malware communication, it logs everything, and it transfers, it forwards the communication to your CNC server. So our CNC server, we use Silent Trinity, developed by a byte leader, Marcelo Salvati, that you know probably, perhaps Marcelo Salvati is listening right now, I don't know. So it's a very gorgeous tool, basically. Many pen testers in my team, they have contributed to that tool. I'm not going to enter into much details because it's not the main subject of that presentation. But at the end of the presentation, if you want to get more insight about Silent Trinity, I'll be happy to explain you how it works. So basically, your Apache reverse proxy for server, because in some cases you want to do modification because between your malware communication and your CNC server. So this is something we encountered. So perhaps it's not useful for you, but it was useful for a lot of people. So we provided that. And this is the end of the architecture point of view. So it's a lot of information, and so now we are going to enter each step of that architecture one by one to make things more practical and more understandable. So let's go. So how do you deploy an EC2 instance? You can, for instance, click on the button deploy ECD. That would seem logical. And you can see in your console all the steps that are taken by the application. So you have some things to care about when you deploy an EC2 instance. You have to deploy a key pair. You have to set up roles and set up some groups. And then you can choose to deploy GoFish on that instance. That will show on the next slide. So, for now, what Abaddon enables you is that you can just after you have installed Abaddon, you have to enter your AWS credentials, and then you're good to go. You can deploy several instances, undeploy them. You can monitor how they are deployed on the dashboard you can see here. Actually, what could be improved is the usage of Terraform. So actually, I'm going to show you just that, because we almost finished that part. And the other thing we want to develop is to use Google Cloud Platform, not only AWS, because we don't want to be spotted just because we only use AWS. So with GoFish, it's very simple. Actually, you have just to when you deploy your EC2 instance, you just have to choose on which instance you want to deploy GoFish, and then you're good to go. You just have to choose and click submit, and yeah, you can see it on the screen, and it's good. So I will show you after that how it works with Terraform also. But no, you can access GoFish admin panel within minutes. And what works now is also that we change the default password of GoFish in a local configuration file. We also would like to deploy an ATT access, but you can also use the AWS security groups to prevent people from accessing your GoFish. That's also very efficient. I spoke about using Terraform. No, we do not have a GUI. So I just showed you what has been developed since the RSA conference. So in the last month, we have developed the Terraform capability. So it's basically how it works. You have a deploy.py script that will be available through the Abaddon GUI, and it's using the Terraform configuration file to just deploy an EC2 instance. So just now you can see on the screen that you have the EC2 instance that has been deployed, and then the GoFish that is going to be transferred. Then you have to configure the local firewall of your instance. So you can see on the screen allow TCP 22, allow TCP 80 for GoFish, allow TCP 33 for the admin panel of GoFish. We restart the SMTP server. We create the directory for GoFish when zip GoFish. And that's almost it. We ensure GoFish is properly started. I hope you are taking notes of the time it takes, because if you are in red team, if anybody has any performed red team operation, each time there is a pen tester saying, oh, by the way, how do you download GoFish? How do you install it? And as I said before, not everybody is a specialist in every field. So by using Abaddon, you can cut the time. If someone has not used GoFish in his life, he just has to click on the button, and that's good. You can see that our GoFish infrastructure is up and running. We are just killing the server now, so you can see that I'm not lying to you. We have the feature, and you can see that's very easy to use. So it will be very in a very short period of time. We're going to integrate that into our GUI, and that's it. So let's go to a bit of detail. So I did mention RedELK, so perhaps you don't know what RedELK is. I mentioned that it has been developed almost 2 years ago, and I discovered that at Hack in Paris, but perhaps I was too fast for you. Perhaps you do not know what RedELK is. So basically, it's an Elasticsearch /Kibana stack that you probably must know. And it's configured to help red teamers. So this is the image I got from the official GitHub. You should very much inquire into that tool if you do not know it, because it's very useful to have to log everything when you're in an operation, and it's not only useful. It's very necessary, because when you have a plan that says, oh, by the way, on Monday at 8 I had a production incident. Can you tell me if it's used? you have to prove that you are not tinkering with the production server that had an incident, for instance, at that time. And I also mentioned Silent Trinity a lot. So basically, it's a tool that chooses in-memory sort of compilation. You have a stager that chooses Boolean script. I didn't know Boolean. Marcel Salvati, if you're hearing, you're a genius because you found that language that nobody knows about. And but it's very useful because it's sort of compiling your malware in the memory, and in that way it bypasses a lot of protection. So it's a multi-user, multi-server, it's modular, and a lot of things. All right, so I have mentioned the EC2 deployment. I have mentioned the Goldfish deployment, but I didn't mention all the red ELK and the CNC infrastructure deployment. So what you can see here is that I just clicked on the delivery panel on the left. I went to the deployment panel, and then I'm choosing to deploy local red ELK infrastructure. So this is the first step. The second step is just there. So you can see that a few minutes later, it takes about, depending on your connection, it takes about 10 minutes to have everything up and running. I cut a bit the video, of course, because I was not going to make you wait for 10 minutes. But yes, after 10 minutes, you have what you can see here. So you have to download all your containers, because I'm going to speak about that a bit later. But actually, when I say install all your infrastructure, I'm saying install all your containers, and yeah, you're good to go. I'll see video here. You can see on the video that after a few minutes you have your deploy your demo infrastructure that you can undeploy. You have an Nginx proxy that is deployed on AWS, and you have your local red ELK and T2 infrastructure. And just to show you how it works, we are using the Silent Trinity server. We are launching it. We are configuring the listeners, basically to listen, of course, to our malware connection. We are configuring the IP. I hope nobody here, my son that just entered the room, and my wife takes the presentation. So, no, you can see on the PowerShell on another computer that, yes, is just getting the stager of Silent Trinity. Actually, the PowerShell that you can see is a Windows virtual machine on the same computer. So you can see the 15.188 is the proxy address, Nginx proxy address. So yeah, and you have your new session. All right. So that was for the demonstration of Silent Trinity. And we also use a face type to receive the socks. So this is how it works. Actually, I mentioned the Apache proxy. I'm just going to go back because I don't want you to be lost, and remotely it's difficult. So I just showed you on this slide. You must see the EC2 instance with Nginx proxy, and I want to recall you that this server is forwarding the information to your Apache reverse proxy. But you must wonder, okay, I'm on the target network, and I wanted to. I'm a computer emergency response team, and I want to know what is going on because I see some communication, and I just try to communicate with the Nginx proxy by entering the address of the communication I see, because I see communication going from the victim network to the Nginx proxy, and I don't know where they are going, and I want to know. So I want to know, and I'm going to enter the address, but I'm not entering the address correctly because I do not have the correct identifier of that are needed to communicate with our CMT infrastructure. And so by entering the Nginx proxy domain name, which is the EC2 something AmazonIWS.com that you see in the URL, that I hope you see in the URL, you come to a completely uninteresting site about wildlife in that time. So Abaddon helps you defining that. And how does it help you? It would be a bit complicated to enter into that detail now, but just to summarize, when you have your communication coming to your Apache reverse proxy, you have an identifier that you can define in the Flask server, because on the Flask server, we did modify Silent Trinity to use unique identifiers, and then we are authenticating all our targets. So that helps us receiving the SOC, and we decided to provide openly this methodology to you, so that you can use it in your red team operation. So you have it in Abaddon. I mentioned that under the hood we are using containers. So basically we are using Docker, that you probably know. And when I mentioned that we are installing a lot of things, we are basically installing only containers. We're not installing things that are not containers because it's very difficult to maintain. And the other thing is the proxy protocol. I urge you actually to look into that protocol. It's very interesting. There is an RFC that has been written by a guy from HA Proxy, and it's very useful. It wasn't used actually at first for security purposes, but now it is used for security purposes, and it's very interesting. I mentioned that that we use cloud fronting, a domain fronting, not a cloud fronting. I'm sorry for the typo. And it show me your cloud front distribution. I'm sorry for the typo. So we used domain fronting, and Abaddon enables you to deploy CloudFront distribution. For those who didn't know, CloudFront is the content delivery network of Amazon. Abaddon enables you to deploy well-configured or domain fronting distribution. But well, domain fronting doesn't work anymore with GCP and AWS, so it's not that useful anymore. But we chose to keep the feature. And that's almost it for the tool. A few things left. So first of these things, the phishing domain that you use must not point to an IP address belonging to the retinal organization at any time. I mean, this is not something we could automate. So when you're configuring your TLS certificate for your phishing domain, do not make it point to an IP address belonging to your organization, because if you make it point like 1 or 2 days or a week, the entry is going to be registered in, for instance, infected DNS, and the computer emergency response teamers, they are going to be able to look for the history of your DNS registration and find you. And possibly they are going to reverse look at your IP and find all your clients, which is very nasty. So use distinct domain names for the TNT domain name, TNT site, and the phishing website. And we used to use AWS Simple Email Service, SMTP server, but as you've probably seen on the architecture scheme, we now use professional Gmail accounts because they are so much more ready. They bypass the filters very more easily. And of course, don't forget to clear your infrastructure. We did perform physical intrusions, so Abaddon is not really helpful for that for the moment, but it will be actually, because we used malwares that we dropped on pluggable devices, and Abaddon is on the brink of helping you generate the macros, for instance, for Excel worksheets that you use on these devices. So it's something under development. It was actually almost being, it was on the brink of being released at the beginning of May, but because of COVID-19, you know, we have to postpone some development. So no, it's almost the end of the presentation, but I don't want to leave you before threatening you of making a contribution. You have to contribute because actually this is an open source project. We took the decision to open source all the work we've made, and red team operations are very sensitive operations. It's very complex to perform a red team operation from the beginning to the end, and we really would like to have your feedback, to have your contribution, to have pull requests from you. I had some pull requests already because the tool actually, it was made public for RSA conference at the end of February. And I had some pull requests, but I want to have a lot more. So please contribute. Please install the tool. Please insult me if it doesn't work. So we need fine workers like you to help all red teams to have a better tool. The main priorities for now are to to enhance the user friendliness, because we know that GitHub tools are not the most user-friendly tools you can find on the market. So we want to ensure that users, they like Abaddon and they want to use it. And we have global features we are quite dedicated into. I provide enhanced reconnaissance features. I mentioned that a lot. And actually, we want to make the MITRE attack matrix more. We want to make it better covered, actually. And that's it for the call for contributions. So this is the last slide of my presentation. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that the noodles you were eating while I was speaking were good. I hope I didn't bore you. I hope you are healthy. And next week you should encompass red team operations in a more rigorous way, I hope. I hope that you are going to install Abaddon, that you are going to contribute. Let's be very enthusiastic about it. And I hope even that you would be able to give me on LinkedIn or Twitter or anywhere you can reach me operational feedback about the use of Abaddon. And that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you everybody for joining. Okay, welcome back. And the next talk is the Red Team built-in scenario plays. And guys, thank you again, and you're live.
Okay. Hello all. Today we will present our research and tool named as Red Team built-in scenario plays. I am Gökberk. I am penetration tester and Red Team operator. I have been engaged across a variety of industries, including financial service and government service. Currently, I am an offensive security engineer at an industry leading bank. I plan and conduct full scope red team engagements that simulate realistic targeted attacks. I am responsible for performing host infrastructure penetration testing, web mobile application testing, social engineering engagements, source code reviews, and wireless penetration tests. In the past, I have given several presentations on malware analysis, red team operations, exploit development, and IoT security.
Great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our session. My name is Erdener. Okay, let me tell a bit about myself. I have about 10 years of experience in information technology and information technologies and information security. Throughout my career, I have changed between several roles, from system administration to software development, especially directed to security tools. And I have been in application security teams and security operation teams. And those teams were mainly focusing on vulnerability assessments and penetration testings. Currently, I'm working as an application security engineer at the company, and I'm mostly on the defender side in my job role. So a quick disclaimer here to be noted. All views expressed in this presentation belong to us, and they do not reflect any of our employers. And also some of the scenarios that we are going to show during our demo are working exploits, actually. And they shouldn't be used where it's not allowed. Just a quick disclaimer. All right. Let me briefly describe what we are going to talk about today. So today we are going to try to describe our tool, the Red Team built-in scenario plays to you. This is a platform that we are hoping to ease the work of red teamers and contribute to some standardization efforts on red teaming. We hope this tool will add more visibility to a red team exercise, actually, for blue teams especially. So to give some background to the audience who are new to this concept, we wanted to go over the basic things as well. So red teams, blue teams, purple teams. So we will discuss this basically at a high level from our perspective, and we will look into red team engagements and talk about the cyber kill chain, MITRE attack framework, and then we'll describe the challenges that we face during red team engagements, the adversarial emulations, and the simulation tools that are used during these activities. And we want to lay out our expectations for an ideal simulation tool, and we would like to give why we tried to build this built-in scenario place. And then, so we sometimes refer to the tool's name as Manticore to make it shorter. You'll see throughout the presentation the Manticore name. And for the demo section, we'll show you some scenario types like network-based scenarios and endpoint scenarios, and as well as blue team techniques and tactics. Other than that, we have the scenarios that represent the APT groups that are well-known APT groups. And finally, we'll discuss what's ahead of us and what's our future work. And we want to especially talk about the threat intelligence at some point. So let's go on with it. So the red teams, as well known as most of the audience knows, these are on the offensive side of security, on the offensive side of security teams. They are responsible of vulnerability assessments, penetration tests, threat emulation, and within threat emulation, the more traditional red team approach is on the threat emulation. And for that, social engineering or physical security tests are also involved. Sometimes companies, or sometimes it's the common thing that vulnerability assessments or penetration tests do not count as the traditional red team. And this depends on the exercises, but the traditional red teaming focuses on the adversarial emulation, which is the thing that we are also going to focus on. So let's see. Even if, okay, there is also a difference between, of course, the internal red teams and external red teams. But one thing is for sure that red team activities are one of the fastest developing solutions against today's cyber attacks. On the other side of the equation, there are blue teams, and they are the defense. They are there to enable the defense mechanisms. They are putting the security controls in place and monitor them, respond in case of incidents, or hunt for threats, or do digital forensics, or do malware analysis. And they're the defenders of the organizations. Blue teams or red teams, however you call them, they are in fact sharing the same purpose: to secure an organization that they are affiliated with or that they have an agreement with. And the main aim is to improve their security posture. So in between these, to make a greater value out of both teams, the united version of those teams is called the purple team. And this is formed by bringing red team and blue team together to get more value out of the red teaming activities. Well, perhaps not everyone is fan of sharing the information between red teams and blue teams, but we wanted to position our tool, the scenario place, with respect to this idea, like the idea of interaction and more iteration between red team and blue teams. So we aim towards this approach, and we try to make it beneficial for both parties. Also, in a purple team activity, the aim is mostly to increase the cooperation between red team and blue team as much as possible to improve on blue team's detection and prevention capabilities, skills, Whereas in an isolated red team engagement, the interaction between blue team and red team is very scarce. This is also preferred method to assess the blue team's capabilities. Depending on the organization's needs, a red team or a purple team engagement can provide benefits. So going back to the red team, going back to the red team, we would like to spend a brief time taking a look at the phases of a real-life attack scenarios as depicted by the cyber kill chain. If we think about it, the main three activities of offensive teams can be counted as vulnerability assessments, penetration testing, adversary emulations. As I said in the beginning, our focus is mostly on the adversary emulation phase. And in short, adversary emulation is, as the name refers, is to emulate, to imitate the attackers during their real-life attack scenarios. And the cyber kill chain is the famous security model that tells us the steps of a successful attack from the beginning to the end, when finally the red team achieves objectives such as stealing data from the target. This basically shows the progression of the attack. Like, it starts with the reconnaissance, and the attack is divided into these steps so that the organizations can develop strategy against each phase. The phases include reconnaissance, weaponization. For the reconnaissance part, actually, when the attacker starts to harvest data about the target, the reconnaissance, as we all know. So the weaponization is where the attacker creates the payload that combines the exploit with a backdoor. And for the delivery phase, when the payload is delivered to the target, exploitation is when the vulnerability is executed on a victim system. Installation is when the malware is installed on the successful, after the successful exploitation. And command and control occurs to open a channel for remote control and interactions. And finally, the actions on objective is the last step of finishing off with the goals of the red teaming activity or the attack itself. And now let's talk about the famous MITRE attack. This is developed by the MITRE Corporation. It's a great resource, actually, that a knowledge base classifying adversary tactics and techniques used by the red teamers. So what constitutes a tactic is mainly the goal of the attack, and the techniques and how they achieve this goal. The techniques are how they achieve this goal. So to give some example, as an example to a tactic, let's choose privilege escalation. What's the aim? The goal is to list the attack's goal with this tactic is to list the techniques that an attacker uses to obtain higher level permissions on a system where they have penetrated with a low privileged access, but they require higher permissions to reach their main objectives. Of course, this framework is not only beneficial for red teamers, but also defenders can make great use of this knowledge base because of these detailed descriptions. For the techniques part, MITRE has almost 250 techniques that includes those by the open source, by the security researchers or the hackers themselves. Some of these techniques are shown inside the slide. To give an example for a technique, and that's below the privilege escalation tactic, we can talk about bypass user control, for instance. So this is specific to Windows environments. Windows UAC allows a program to elevate its privileges to admin level by asking the user for permission. However, certain programs are allowed to get this permission without a prompt to the user, like in the use of run DLL32 executable to load a malicious DLL that would lead to perform file operations in normally protected folders with the auto-elevated COM objects. If the target process is unprotected in that case, an attacker can use this technique to elevate the privileges. So the technique is more the technical part of, as the name refers, and tactics is the general goal that the attackers are trying to achieve. And this framework is a great one to distinguish between different tactics that the attackers or the red teamers use in their engagements. So you can check out the MITRE's website for more details about the MITRE framework. And so far, I have tried to give some background on related topics to get your attention to where we would like to position this scenario place in the overall security universe. It's mainly focusing to the adversary emulation part. And I've yet barely scratched the surface, but Gökberk will now give you some general challenges faced with the red teams or during adversary emulation and using simulation tools. And then he'll mention our expectations for an ideal engagement or the ideal simulation tool and what we try to achieve with this tool. And finally, we'll show the demo of the scenario plays and include our future work for make this a better thing for all the red teamers. So before giving the screen to my colleague, I would like to repeat that our motivation for developing this built-in scenario place is to make something available and integrable to red teams, integratable to red teams, all processes, as well as to blue teams. A platform that can help red teams plan their engagement with the choice of their scenarios that aim to perform during their engagements and help blue teams to be aware of the plan to evaluate which security controls and will get hits during the engagement. So this is more like a purple team tool in that sense, but now I'm ending. Okay, my screen share. Gökberk, you can take the screen.
Okay, hi again. Now I will talk about the challenging problems during red team exercises and why we developed this scenario place. This tool is not answer to all these problems, but we think it is a step to solve some. If you look at the red team problems, to start with, red teams are not loved as much as blue teams in general. For mitigation management, after an adversarial emulation exercise by the red team, there is the issue of how mitigations are applied by the blue team. After red team work, deficiencies may occur in the management of mitigation process. In the other hand, when attacks are initiated by automated tools or command line interfaces, the contents of the attack is not transparent for all parties, especially for blue teams or purple teams. We have seen also in the initial access section, we have seen examples of red teams failing on the initial compromise in corporate environments, and that blocks the engagement from the start. Depending on the team, it might take too long to plan. It depends on the red team, and whole activity can take up to 3 months or more. In the attack interfaces, all attack interfaces cannot be reviewed in manual red team work. Also, in the last section, in the last part, instant change to the security products appear to be difficult to test in manual red team work. Manual red teaming activities fail to test rules of SIEM, ADR, antivirus, endpoint protections in their rules or processes. There is one point we can tell. Do most organizations need a red team? We think our approach is no. They need unit testing for the detections and preventions. Next, we will look at the red team adversarial emulation problems. Usually, adversarial emulation emulating behavior is costly because their techniques and tactics are complex. And red teamers cannot find the tools that are created by the malicious actors easily. That's why adversary emulation cost is expensive. In the other hand, blue teams cannot easily spot adversarial emulation behavior due to black box nature of the red team's attacks. This causes a problem in terms of improving their incident response capabilities efficiently. In the other part, for emulating adversarial tool availability is also a problem. Red teamers cannot easily find the tools used by malicious groups, and but bringing all publicly available scenarios together, we think it will be best option for the red teamers. Another issue, repeatability. Repeatability is another issue in the adversarial emulation. Sometimes during the red team engagement, a test may fail, but since the device rules may be changed, it can pass on another try in the next time. Therefore, adversarial emulation must be continuous engagements and repeatable. In adversarial emulation exercises, malicious softwares used by malicious groups can cause unexpected situations on the corporate device and networks. After that, we are trying to explain simulation tool problems and both of commercial and open source ones. In our expectations from simulation tool, what we are trying to achieve here is to create purple team platform, not just direct to the red teams. Simulation tools does not provide transparency in some of their scenarios. That is what we want to avoid with this tool. Also, with on-prem installation of simulation tools, updated attacks cannot easily be imported into the platforms. Investigating different commercial or open source tools, you can get general idea of how much scenario is available for security teams. There are about 2,000 scenarios in the wild, and all of them cannot be reached from a single place. The simulation tools usually are leaving the blue team in the background for prevention and detection mechanisms. Leaving blue team, we can tell dormant, that's nice exploitation for that. In the open source community part, simulation tools usually do not take advantage of open source community. Next, simulation tools are too complex for creating and updating scenarios. They don't have general structure, a standard model for scenarios. In the last section is the important part for red teaming or blue teaming, reporting. Reporting is the biggest problem for simulation tools. They don't provide enough information for understanding attack surfaces and attack vectors. So, we will speak about now how ideal simulation tool works. In our expectation, attack simulation provides a way to test network's ability to recover from advanced attacks. In a simulated attack environment, all tests are automatically run by the system. If we look at the real attacks or adversary simulation exercises, real attacks usually are not time-bounded. Adversary simulation exercises are time-bound due to resources. Real attacks not bounded by law or ethics. Adversary simulation exercises are bounded by law and ethics. Real attacks are controlled by the target organization. Simulations are controlled by the target organizations. Also, risk controls can be applied. Considering all these facts, our expectations is based on the three main goals. One of them is the make emulations real is the first act. We are trying to use the same techniques, tools, methods, and motivations of an attacker. Another one, end-to-end fact, adversary activities are performed using TTPs. Main goal of the activities are completing the entire cycle. Also, last fact is repeatability. All of performance scenarios will be repeatable for threat detection and prevention. In the last, if you look at the right graph, our tool starts with the planning phase, where the scope of the assessment is defined and described and scenario engine is created. The second phase, attack scenario generation, involves the creation of scenarios based on the defined critical functions and threat model. The third phase, attack scenario execution, is the execution of scenarios on the endpoint and network devices. The final phase is the important part. Report and learning is for reporting, cleaning up, transferring knowledge, remediating, and communicating outcomes at the conclusion of the exercises. So they are our expectation from the simulation tool. Next, we can go into built-in scenario plays. So we wanted to prepare a scenario environment to make it faster and less complicated for red teams to apply tests in various open source like Atomic Red Team or Red Canary. Overall, with this tool, red teamers will be able to access scenarios according to specific attack types as divided in MITRE categories. And blue teamers will be able to see these attacks within a transparent process. And they will inform it about the mitigations directly within the platform. And with addition of APT traffics or malicious traffics to the scenario environment, blue team's detection capability will also be tested in different network layers. Checking different kind of commercial and open source tools, target distribution of these scenarios has been found out to be 60% Windows, 20% for both macOS and Linux operating systems. This shows a tendency towards Windows environments due to the understandable reasons. However, we think that increasing these scenarios on the Mac and Linux sides and balancing this distribution with the support of open source community is possible with a project like this. In the recreate APT scenarios, our aim is to create recreate APT scenarios and make it transparent for both red and blue teams during the engagement. That way, the red team exercise is not going to be only something run from their command line interface, but each team will have chance to visualize and simulate the malicious traffic generated by attackers and threat groups. So, in the next section, we will speak about how we'll integrate our built-in scenario plays into commercial tools or open source tools. There are 5 sections for that. It is begin with built-in scenario plays, an attack scenario submitting platform that enables everyone to contribute. These plays might provide advanced attack scenarios and build a community to protect and improve attack and breach scenarios. Then review and audit section, the place where submitted scenarios are reviewed and controlled by the community. Scenarios that are unique, successful, and efficient will be accepted. We are trying to achieve here crowdsourcing platform. We are waiting all open source community support in this section. In the other section, in the classification phase, scenarios will be divided according to MITRE's framework. In the next part, execution one, scenario will be executed in the commercial or open source tool. And in the output analyze and learn section, this phase gets valuable outputs from analyze and learn modules, such as scenario outputs for improving security posture. Also, machine learning methods will be used for improving scenario built-in place. We don't not cover this part in this talk. Hopefully, we would like to present this part in another conference. So, also, we are interested in threat intelligence service for automating some stuff. Threat intelligence or cyber threat intelligence is information an organization use to understand the threats that have, will, or are currently targeting the organization. This info is used to prepare, prevent, and identify cyber threats looking to take advantage of valuable source. Built-in scenario place is taking advantage of threat intelligence service. It aims to automate creation of some of scenarios and prevention mechanisms by feeding the platform with update information. Also, we are trying to import open source resources into the built-in scenario place via this tool. Our aim is to take advantage of all open source resources into the scenario place for improving security of posture of the community. So now we will look at our demo, our tool. It is separated to 4 sections. One of them is network-based. One of them is network-based scenario section. Network-based scenario section is includes network traffics, malicious network traffics. Endpoint-based scenario section includes endpoint-based scenarios. APT group sections includes techniques used by the malicious groups. In the last one, blue team techniques and tactics will be discussed in our tools, and we will see some prevention and or detection mechanisms in that tool. So let's look at our demo. So there we can see our tool. It is named as Manticore. That will be published into the open source. We can see there is a different kind of sections, endpoint scenario sections, network scenario sections, blue team techniques and tactics, APT groups. Let's go into the endpoint scenario section. For this summit of the Red Team Village, I have chosen just some sample of the scenarios here. There are many more scenarios in our backlog, and we are trying to import all of these scenarios gradually. Note that these scenarios can be easily updated. Endpoint scenario section includes scenarios compatible with MITRE and CyberKL chain. There we can see some of the scenarios. For example, one of them taken from the dialing codes. It is named as Windows LV evasion tool, Dark Armor. It stores and executes an encrypted Windows binary from inside memory with a single bit touching disk. There we can see where they used it is integrated to MITRE. We can go here to MITRE framework, and we can see which ID is stored in there. Also, we can see here how to use. First, we can clone the repository. Then we can install requirements. Then we can use, for example, this tool for XOR encryption and jumping, identifying our executables. Then we will run our legitimate exe. For example, this tool is useful for bypassing some methods. Also, we have a different kind of, just have 6 samples, but already I told we have more than 3,000 scenarios, and we are trying to include it into our user interface. There we can see another one for running a simple yet effective implementation of RAM-P techniques and in WebA. It is useful for Word and Excel. You can go into the link and you can look into the MITRE framework ID. Also, you can see the command for the running, converting executables into the WebA. The last one is abusing impersonate privilege tokens. That is new method. For example, we just want to share this. It is IT-man repos. It is taken from the IT-man repos. we are trying to show how we can take open source community support. They are so useful for us. They are so useful for us and red teamers, we think. There we can see that is the using the Windows impersonate privilege token on Windows on server 2016 or etc. There we can see how to run principal for exe. Also, we have a add scenario section. For example, we already told we are trying to achieve crowdsourcing platform. We are waiting for blue teamers, red teamers, purple teamers to contribute us. They can add new scenarios. They will be audited, but we wanted to show how to add scenarios. There will be, for example, for comments, we will try to build a new model for that. Everyone for contribute, and we are trying to provide standard model for scenario adding. In the other section, we can look into network scenarios. There we can see different kind of network scenarios, malicious traffics. For example, admin threats, command and control communication. This scenario shows command and control communication from host infected with admin remote access tool. The infected machine communicates over TLS connection over a non-standard port. Admin is a Java-based route for targeting the Windows system. We try to share these PCAPs into our public GitHub repo, and we will try to provide both red teamers, purple teamers, or blue teamers try to reflect or replay this PCAP into their networks, and they can easily detect, for example, attacks, or they can increase their detection and prevention capabilities. So, another point, we can see, for example, web shell, mimikatz upload. This scenario shows us a malicious actor uploading mimikatz to the victim host via an web shell. An actor with this level of access has compromised the victim by uploading mimikatz. The actor liked the intent to gain a firmer foothold on the target network. We will share these PCAPs from on our GitHub repo too. Also, you can see text in the used MITRE technique ID. That's all for example. We have 6 PCAPs, 6 network traffics, malicious network traffics, but already we have around 500 network malicious actor traffics, and we are trying to provide them on our GitHub repo for improving our all kind of security posture of the persons, open source communities, blue teamers, and red teamers. In the other section, we can see also we are interested in the, for example, we talked about we are interested in the purple team platform, but red teamers usually must win to the game, and blue teams must detect or prevent the attacks in these scenarios or simulation platforms. But usually we are trying to achieve improving security posture of open source community. We didn't want to just show how red team scenarios works or etc. We want to provide bulletin techniques and tactics. There, for example, we can see also for sysmon detection. For example, TrickBot is the one of the more recent banking Trojan with many of its original features inspired by another banking Trojan. Also, we shared with who we take from, and also, for example, for sysmon detection, TrickBot sysmon detection, event attributes listed is here. You can see PidNex DLL is used for injection or etc. We can see here. Also, for example, for VBS sysmon detection, we shared some sysmon configs or sysmon viewing for that, and you can block your BBS attacks with that on the collecting information from the sysmon. Also, we are trying to prevent, for example, Mimikatz LSS dump. For this one, we are trying to improve our code section. We are trying to provide different kind of screenshots or different guides, PDFs or etc. That will be useful for brew teams. In the other hand, we are working on ArcSight logger collectors. For example, we are trying to integrate our red team scenarios for. Also, we are working on sim detections. We have a different kind of tools, and we are trying to provide in the time range detection capabilities. We will provide in our GitHub platform, for example, ArcSight logger collectors, and people, red teamers or blue teamers, can query to attack between for example, between the time interval, and they can see. Just here if blue team tactics, and there we can conclude this one. For APT groups, we are trying to combine scenarios with APT groups, but currently we are working on it. But for APT 41, for example, we are trying to provide techniques used by the APT group, and then we will combine this APT group scenarios, use techniques with our scenario section, endpoint scenario section, or malicious network traffic section, and blue teamers or red teamers can easily see these techniques are used on. They can recreate APT scenarios with our endpoint scenarios. That's all for our demo platform. Also, we have, for example, notification section. In the notification section, we try to provide really cross-sourcing platform, because we are trying to expect how to improve open source community on the security perspective. We will just open this platform into the public, and they will use for their aim, but we are trying to improve security posture of words in the, again, VTOL. So let's look back into the presentation. So what is the feature for our built-in scenario place? We will enter all our available scenarios into the built-in scenario place. We were actually short-handed on this, but with more contributions from the community, we hope to complete and release the alpha version of scenario place in a short time. We plan to integrate our threat intelligence framework into this scenario tool to contribute scenario generation and attack generation. Also, we are trying to develop some tools for scenario generation based on machine learning. So lastly, we are waiting for the community support for this tool. Also, thank you so much for listening us. If you have any questions, please join the Red Team Talks channel. You can see Discord channel link. Waiting for your support. You can find us the info.manticore.zone. Also, you can find our GitHub platform there.
Hello, and welcome back to the Red Team virtual Mayhem Summit. Our next speaker is George Arkelis. Maybe I said that wrong. More than likely I said it wrong. Anyway, he's going to be talking about Red Team Adversary Emulation. Take it away, George.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no one ever gets my name right. It's just something I've lived with the last 30 years of my life. The easiest way is George Orchilles, but you tried, so I appreciate that. And thank you to you, to Omar, to everyone that organized this. Very good talks. I was able to catch a few earlier on, and awesome content, really raising the bar and making me even more nervous. Today we're going to talk about adversary emulation, and I did sync up with a bunch of other speakers, so not going to go too much into definitions because Jonas is going to cover that. Also, the recording of me going through the first few slides of this, I presented at DerpCon about 2 weeks ago, so you can catch that there. Really what I want to do is a live adversary emulation of APT-19 using Empire and Starkiller, and it's going to be all live. I don't have videos like Jose and Rod did, which, awesome job on preparation. I'm just going to wing it. And if something fails, hey, we're red team. We're used to things failing all the time and working to figure it out. So here we go. I am sharing my screen. I am on Discord, Red Team Talks. So if you do have questions, I'll switch over little by little just to check them out and take some questions at the end. Who am I? I've ran the offensive team at a large financial for the past 10 years. We were about 7 or 8 people, and I actually just resigned. Did some things with the community. Latest is a founding member of MITRE's Ingenuity Center. So MITRE does MITRE Attack, which we'll cover. And if anyone's playing a drinking game, there's my first mention of Attack. So go ahead and chug some of that beer. I've written some frameworks. I have a 2-day red team course with SAN Security 564. That's actually a lab environment we're going to do here because, why not? And it's on adversary emulation. So here we go. What is adversary emulation? It's a type of red team exercise. We're not going to sit here and debate what red team does. Red team does a lot of things. In an adversary emulation, though, we are going to emulate how an adversary operates following the same tactics, techniques, and procedures with the same objective that adversary does. So generally, the goal is to emulate an end-to-end attack all the way from outside the network reconnaissance all the way through to action on objectives. Why do this? Well, that's one of the main differentiators between pen testing and red team and adversary emulation. We are doing full end-to-end, not with a limited scope, right? A kind of pen test got really watered down, which is a shame. To only focus on technology, focus on exploiting something. What red teams and adversaries emulations do is they do full end-to-end, and they test not only technology, but also people and process. So we will fish people, we'll actually get in, we'll see how their processes work, etc. The difference between red team and purple team is that red team engagements are blind and unannounced. There are certain people that know, we call them the white cell, but most of the time these are blind assessments. And really we determine what adversary TTPs worked against the target environment. I did say I'm going to go fast through here because this is all recorded and want to get live hands-on. Another thing for adversary emulation is to measure the effectiveness of people, process, and technology. When you have a red team doing all this, we can create a plan. We can time things like how long it took us to get in, how long it took us, when did we execute something, etc. And then we can analyze that with our blue teams. We also test assumptions. The latest one was after January with the assassination of Soleimani. Many boards were asking, and seniors, what can Iranian threat actors do to us? Well, if you emulate and understand how Iranian threat actors work through cyber threat intelligence and then doing adversary emulations, you can answer that question. And really the main goal of red is to make blue better. I think it was Ryan O'Hara who says in a Hackfest talk that the only way to do red team wrong is to ignore the blue team. So by measuring the people, process, and technology and doing these exercises, we're going to learn lessons, we're going to improve processes, and it really should be seen as red and blue working together. If you're into martial arts, which I know a lot of you are, you train, right? You spar, you have that sparring partner or partners, and you're both on the same team, you're training, and then when that adversary does come trying to get in, you all work together to fight. There's frameworks to do this, the cyber kill chain, so another chug if anyone had that. Unified Cyber Kill Chain by Paul Poles. really fixes a lot of things from the original cyber kill chain. The issue with the original cyber kill chain is that from command and control to action of objectives is there are no steps, which we know there are a lot of the ones we're going to do here. And then there's a whole bunch of regulatory frameworks. I was a co-author of the last one called A Framework for the Regulatory Use of Penetration Testing and Red Team in the Financial Services Industry, because we had every single regulator asking us to do these tests. And if 6 of them ask us to do one once a year, then it gets very hard to actually do. And of course, what ended up happening was this XKCD, where you had a bunch of competing standards in various regulations. And we said, oh my gosh, that's too many. Let's create another one. And now we have 15 competing standards. So mandatory slide on MITRE ATT&CK. This is what we map to. MITRE ATT&CK stands for Adversary Tactics, Techniques, and Common Knowledge. I know we've already talked about this, but if you missed the other talks and you've never heard of this, then you really need to check it out because everything maps to this. So we're going to cover first threat intelligence. We need, with the threat intelligence, to understand how an adversary works. We can match and then come up with an adversary emulation plan, run that plan, and when we show the blue team what we did, we also map back to this. So shout out to MITRE and ATT&CK, and their sightings are open. So if you see any tactic, technique, or procedure being used in the wild, report it. Send it to MITRE ATT&CK. You'll get your name as a collaborator. And you're awesome if you do. Thank you for contributing. So when doing an adversary emulation, you need a bigger framework. It's not just about getting in. I know a lot of us just like that part, but it's not. There's actually a framework behind this. The one that I helped write starts with threat intelligence, understanding adversaries. So you should like to read if you're in information security as a whole. And it does matter whether you're an awesome red teamer or not. You have to know a little bit about threat intelligence and what adversaries are actually doing. There's actually ongoing jokes in the threat intel community and the blue team community being where they say, oh, that's a red team versus, oh, that's a real adversary. We should really try to bridge that gap. If we're emulating an adversary, we should try to act like them. And to act like them, we have to understand them. And that is why cyber threat intelligence is important. Then you need to plan. You need to come up with an adversary emulation plan, which we'll do here. Then you test, which I will do live. Pray to demo God. Start praying now, please. And then closure, actually showing value and improvement over time. So for tactics, techniques, and procedures, this is an example of a FireEye report. You need to extract the tactics, techniques, and procedures because that's what you're going to emulate. Now, threat intelligence has a lot of things. Enter the pyramid of pain. Another chug of your beer if you're playing along. Hash values don't matter to the red team. We're not going to emulate that. We're not going to emulate IP addresses or domain names. We may emulate some network and host artifacts. We may emulate some tools, but we're really trying to emulate tactics, techniques, and procedures. That is what we want the blue teams to catch because tools can change, IP addresses can change, all that can change. The TTPs are the toughest to change. And that is where we focus on trying to emulate those and for the blue teams to come up with detective and alerting controls for them. A lot of these you cannot prevent, like command line interfaces. You can't just disable cmd.exe or PowerShell, right? We know this. So that's what we want to focus on. And we're going to use Attack Navigator. This I'll actually do live for you. I used Attack Navigator to pull up the TTPs for APT19. I'll show you exactly how I did that and then come up with a plan, which is what we're going to do today. So how's that for a quick intro? So APT19, I'll show you this in a different format because I understand that this is a table and people hate looking at tables, but this is a very brief and quick adversary emulation plan. It's based on threat intel. We know APT19 is a Chinese-based threat group. They generally get into networks and maintain command and control for future attacks. Then I break it up. I always start with command and control first because that is your channel to do everything else. Before you gain initial access, you need to set up command and control. So for this one, they use commonly used ports. That's technique 1043 on port 80. Now I know when I set up a C2, I need to set it up on port 80. They use standard application layer protocol, T1071. That means over HTTP in this case. They use deobfuscation and decoding. They use data encoding as well with base64. They do spear phishing and spear phishing link and attachments for initial access. And then execution is done through PowerShell, through user execution, and through hidden windows. And here you can actually get some more details of what commands they're using. In this case, a -w inside of PowerShell. They're also obfuscating files and information using base64. Then for discovery, they do system domain user discovery, system information discovery, system network configuration. For persistence, they do registry run keys. And for defense evasion, they do reg SVR32 and scripting. So this is our adversary emulation plan. This is what we're going to try to do once I go live. Before that, though, we need planning. And this is where white cells come in. If we're doing a blind test, you have to have a white cell. Those are the people that know that this exercise is going to happen. And don't let the actual players know. The reason for that is that if someone's on a blue team and they see that it's a red team, their behavior changes. They're like, this is just a red team. Let me go focus on actual adversaries. And then your metrics are skewed. So you need rules of engagement to keep both teams playing, even if they figure out that it is a exercise. And then on the right, you have attack infrastructure. Now, this was covered heavily by the previous talks. Definitely catch those. Attack infrastructure is a full day long course on setting up hosting providers, buying domains, generating domain certificates, setting up email servers, setting up phishing sites, credential theft sites, gaining reputation, categorizing those domains, and then setting up redirectors, short haul, long haul, C2, etc. So I love that, but we don't got time for that. So C2 matrix is something I do want to cover real quick. This is a matrix of a number of command and control frameworks. There's actually 43 of them. And I've seen some of these already mentioned today. Jose mentioned Merlin. He actually went to the C2 matrix, saw that Merlin was already compiled and something that ran on Linux. That's why he chose that for his container backdoor. I saw Silent Trinity also mentioned. So there's a number of them, and they all have different capabilities. That is what matters. If you're going to emulate an adversary, you need to pick those TTPs first, which we did already, and then you find which C2 is better. So it's not like, oh, I only like using Cobalt Strike, or I only like Empire, I only like Merlin, or Silent Trinity, or Covenant, right? It doesn't matter. It's a tool to do TTPs. You need to use the one that will facilitate you emulating these two TTPs. So I'm going to do a demo of this. I'm also going to release something here today for all of you, which is actually just got tweeted out. I set a tweet for 2:30. If you follow C2 Matrix, you will see what it is. And that's an update of a Sans Slingshot C2 Matrix edition, release 2020.5. It's a virtual machine that has 8 of these C2s already installed. It's what I'm going to use for this demo. Changelog involves the latest version of Empire, which is supported. Starkiller, which is its GUI. That's what we're going to use here. Also updates to Vector, which I'll talk about later, and updates to a few other things. So that is out. It's a Dropbox link. You can click on it, download it, and use it. There's also a how-to site, which I will be referencing because it's good to take notes and hopefully allows me to not fail so bad as we go through this. So let's do this live. Let me check first. How's everyone doing over on Discord? I think good. Okay. So first thing, Attack Navigator. Just to show you how easy this is, you go to Attack Navigator. So this site right here, I'll actually reload it just so you see that's completely blank. And to select an adversary, you go to Selection Tools up here on the top right, do Multi-Select, and then select APT19. To close it, just hit the Multi-Select tool again. And then I like changing things to red because we're a red team and I'm wearing a red shirt and this is a red team Mayhem. So here you have the various TTPs that they use. If you don't know what they are, there is the number T1064. You can find out more information. where does this come from? It comes from MITRE attack. So attack.mitre.org. Here's APT19. These are the various groups, China-based. These are all the techniques used. This is literally what I took and changed and created into this little table. That's pretty much my very quick adversary emulation plan. I'm going to set up command and control first, and then go through the different areas. It also has software, and look at that. Cobalt Strike and Empire are actually used by this malicious actor, and then there are references for a whole bunch of cyber threat intelligence that explains this. So cool. Everyone know who we're emulating? APT19. This is how I got the info. Then you go over to the c2matrix.com. Over on the top right is the matrix. You click on that. You get a table. This table on the left has all the command and control frameworks that have been evaluated, and you can see the licenses. Cobalt Strike is one that's mentioned, but I need a commercial license. I'm not going to use my commercial license for this demo. I'm going to use Empire, which is right here, and it has a BSD license, which means I don't have to pay for it. It also has the GitHub page, so I can click on this and go and download and install it myself, but we don't have time for that. Shout out to BC Security One on Twitter. They are the ones that maintain it. Evaluators, thank you to everyone that has evaluated C2s. If you have a C2 or want to evaluate one, please just copy this line, whatever line. So someone, please go out and evaluate MITRE, not MITRE. It is different. You can download it there. Send me this one row and I'll add it onto here, and we appreciate your contributions. So for Empire, you can go through and see that there is a how-to for it. So I can just click on this how-to, and it takes me on how to use this. I'll leave that tab open so that we can emulate this shortly. Then I can also see that it is on Slingshot. That's awesome, because now I don't have to actually install it. Installing all of these, installing one, easy, you got this. We tell you here how we installed it. Now installing multiple C2s on one system, good luck. All of these have a bunch of different dependencies, bunch of different requirements, and it gets very difficult. Generally, people just create one system for one C2. It's also on Kali. I've been working with the folks at Offensive Security, and shout out to them. I know they're a sponsor. The next version of Kali will actually have all of these C2s that you see here in green. And then as we go through, we learn about various different capabilities. For instance, the server of Empire runs on Python. It's Python 3 now. And the agents that it creates, the payloads, are in PowerShell. It has multi-user support through Starkiller, which I'm going to demo. It's a GUI. It has an API. It could create agents for Windows, Linux, and Mac. And then as I scroll through, you see all the different channels and capabilities. In this case, we needed an HTTP channel, which we see here is marked as yes. Also, you'll see that this is the most common channel that attackers use. If you're in cyber threat intel, shout out to Cheerio. I know you're on. She does some awesome TTI stuff. And look at that. All these C2s also do command and control over HTTP. If you want to do something else like DNS over HTTP, which is pretty cool. There's Godot. I know someone mentioned how much they love Go. Then you can learn about their key exchanges, their various different capabilities, if they're supported, if they're actively maintained, if they have a Slack, etc. So that's the C2 matrix. You could go to c2matrix.com, click on the matrix, and you get to that page. Whew, sorry, I'm going super fast. Let me drink some water and see if you all have any questions so far. Okay, I don't see any questions immediately there. So what are we doing today? We're going to use Slingshot. So Sans Slingshot C2 Matrix Edition brings Covenant, Empire 3 with Starkiller, Faction C2, Coatic, Merlin, which was talked about earlier today, Metasploit, which I'm sure most of you know, especially if you come from the pentest world, Silent Trinity, and Sliver. It also has Vector, which I'll talk about later. Where can you get it? The latest release is right here on Dropbox. Only for you, only right now. You get it on Dropbox. come Monday. It's going to be hosted on sans.org. It's a project I've done with them that started with them. So they'll be hosting it there come Monday. And then there's information. Look, there's a video on how to set it up. There's frequently asked questions. What's the password? It's Slingshot. There's the SHA-2, how to use vector, etc. Also, Apache 2 does come started up. So if you're going to bind to port 80, you're going to have to shut that off. And then we go to Empire, and this is what we're going to do. Now, what am I testing against? I am testing against the SANS Security 564 lab. This is a lab I created for the 2-day class. Today, we're only going to own and really use 2 machines. The email server to send an email, and we are going to compromise endpoint 02 on the bottom right. In the 2-day class, this is what it looks like. You start from the outside. There's a DMZ with a web server. You do recon. We're skipping that step. And you send a social engineering email, whether a link or an attachment. You get access, and then you use these command and control frameworks to move laterally and compromise and emulate a number of different TTPs. So that's what we're going to do. These are my notes, so I'm going to bring it over here to the right, and hopefully this demo works well. I'm going to start right here with run Starkiller because I'm using a virtual machine that already has this running. So this is Slingshot C2 2020.5, just came out. I like testing everything on my own Windows system first, make sure that works, and then I'll send emails and send things to the target environment. So this Windows 10 machine is my machine. It's on the same network. This target 02, you generally wouldn't be able to see their email, and target endpoint 01, you wouldn't be able to see them either. These are people that work at sec564target.com, a fictitious company that we attack. So first things first, we need to see our IP address. With IP address, as stated in the first talk, we don't use ifconfig anymore. And I can see there my IP is 10.0.0.87. My next step is to start Empire. You want to start Empire with sudo because we're binding to port 80. So sudo empire --rest --username and a username and a password. I'm using Georgie for both. Hit enter on that. We'll start Empire. And you also still have this GUI, which is great. You can see I'm on the latest version that just came out, 3.2.1, has 299 modules, 0 listeners, 0 agents active. And then I go to Starkiller. Starkiller is just an app. This is a client. I don't need to run this with root privileges. I run it just with a standard user. And it has a little GUI. It actually already logged me in. But let me log out just so you see. Log out just so you see what the login looks like. So the login, you put localhost 1337 is the default, then Georgie and Georgie. And that should log us in, which it did. If you don't know how I know of this, well, you go over here and you follow these instructions. So this is how you run it. This is starting Starkiller and then log in localhost 1337 and the password. Then using Empire with Starkiller. There's a how-to that I point to. This is the post by BC Security. And this is what I created for what we're going to do here right now, which is my adversary emulation plan. So this APT19, we're going to start with command and control, setting up port 80 over HTTP with base 64 encoding. Then we're going to gain initial access and we'll go through. Here are all my notes so I don't demo fail that hard. First things first is set up a listener. So if you've used Empire before, this is the GUI. So hopefully this is new for you. So we're going to do HTTP 187, port is 80, bind IP is 10.0.0.187. This is where demos will fail. I'm going to leave it at 5 seconds because we don't want to wait that long between beacons. And then set up a jitter. It's actually a requirement on Starkiller. I haven't tested, but always set a jitter. Jitter is how what percentage of time to skew from your default delay. So default delay is 5 seconds. If I set it to 0.5, that's a 50% jitter. So every 2.5 seconds to 7.5 seconds, pseudo randomly, it will call out. Other than that, you should obviously change some of these things, like change the profiles, change the headers, etc. Change the staging key. So no one owns your infrastructure. You can also go into the options field and do HTTPS. You can set the path, you can set cookies, you can set kill dates, all things that you would normally do if I had more time, but I don't. So we're just going to create this listener. So I submitted it, and now I think I've emulated at least like 3 of these so far, which is setting up a listener on port 80 over HTTP. What do we do next? Good thing I have notes. Then we want to create stagers. So I'm going to do 3 different stagers just to play and hope that all these work. First is an HTA file. This is an HTML application. Most organizations are blocking this. Today, you should definitely look into that if you're not. The other one is an SCT file because we need to do reg SVR. And to do that, you need an SCT file. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to create the stager, and then we're going to do DLL, create a DLL, because I'm going to try to do that reflective DLL. So I like going through and just generating the stagers all at once. We go here to the stagers. You see no stager, generate a stager. So the first one will be an HTA. The listener is HTTP, that's the one we set. And then base64 to true, because that's one of the things we're emulating. Obfuscation is set to false. We can set that to true. So it obfuscates and base64 decodes. Why? Because most blue teams know that if they see some base64 data, they decode it, right? Base64 is encoding. It's not hashing or encryption, so it's very quick to do. So we're going to do both. We're going to submit, and hopefully this works. It's creating this stager so that I can then download it and host it. So there we go. We have that stager. Next stager we said was an SCT file. So again, the listener set it to HTTP. We're going to leave everything just default. Submit that. And then the last one was a DLL. So all of these are stagers that will connect. I think I'm up against x86. And then you do have to change. This is actually something that's working today and should be working today to get around Defender. So let me make sure that all that is correct. Partial field truth, string 1, yes. All right. You guys are talking about Kubernetes and stuff. Guess I lost you. All right, so we got our stagers running. Now we need to download them. So I generally just download these into, oh, what did I do wrong? I did something wrong there. Should be able to download these as, I'm gonna recreate that HTA one because it should be an HTA file. Wonder if this, oh, that's why I didn't put an out file. See, I knew something was going to run amok. So there we go. Let me download that into /temp. All right. So next step is to host this. There's a cool tool out called PwnDrop. I don't have time for that right now, but definitely check it out. It's a nice way to host files. So here I see my resume.hta. I see my launcher.sct and launcher.dll. So I'm just going to run python-m simple HTTP server on 8080, and that should be up. Now, to test this out, best thing is to do it from my own system first. Go to HTTP 10.0.0.187 on 8080. See, cool, that looks like it works. Try to download this HTA file. Oh, virus detected. Yeah, that's fine. It's virus detected because my Windows Defender is running, but it doesn't matter. I know it works. That's all that matters to me. So over here, I'm going to write an email. This is a mail server that you would use in my class to send phishing emails. So I'm going to send an email to Danny. I know that because I did recon and we're emulating it. And hopefully she clicks on this. So I send that over and let's see. Let's see if Danny's opening up emails. Okay. Nope, she did not. I did just update this, so let's see. Okay. Let's find out why this isn't working. 10.0.0.187 over 80.80. Okay. So if you were to manually execute this, and let's see if this will work. I actually have it here. This is my backup. Is MSHTA. Nope. Why is this not working? Let's find out. 187, 80, 80. Is this not loading anymore? Oh, look, something is working. Oh, never mind. They both worked. Awesome. I'm just not being patient. Sorry. It's me freaking out. So actually both of those worked, as you can see on the agents. Hooray. Both Danny clicked on the email, that's endpoint 02, and Georgie, I executed it manually with MSHTA. All of that is in the notes. So what do we do next? Let's look back at my notes. What are we doing next? So I set up the stagers. I did this. Oh, yeah, let's try to do reflective PE injection. I actually don't know if this will work, so we're just going to find out. So there's a great post about this from this week. It's from BC Security. And let's see if this works. Here, this is what interacting with an agent looks like on Starkiller. So if I run PS, it'll show me what processes there are. I'm just going to pick one. All you need is the process ID. So let's see if that works. All right. Oh, these are x64 processes. Okay, so I need to do something real quick. I need to generate another stager, but using 64-bit. So x64. I think everything else should work. Yeah. So I am on a 64-bit process, which is great. It's generating a DLL file. And we're going to see if this works. Let's overwrite this one. All right. So back to Georgie. You will get your command history down here. That's what's loading right now. So I'm just going to pick a process. DLL host might be a good one. VM. You know what? Let's do something easier. just start Notepad, because that's the safer thing to migrate to. So another shell command here, PS, to see what our process ID is for Notepad. This is part of host enumeration as well, part of the discovery tactic. So where are you, Notepad? Notepad 3784. So I'm going to do a PE injection. You find that module, and here you see PowerShell code injection, execution, invoke reflective PE. You do need to like scroll. You see that. I'm going to open it bigger just so you can see better. These optional fields here. DLL path was /temp/launcher.dll, and then the process ID was this. All right, demo gods, let's see what happens. So once you get on a particular process, in this case, it's a PowerShell process, right? It's an HTA file that's running. You want to migrate off of that, and that's what we're trying to do here. We'll see if it works. We would get another agent connection coming in. So let's see if this works. This should bypass most of the controls today. If not, it's okay. See it failed. Error. Call to create remote thread to call. Okay. So things will fail, and that's okay. That is part of this. So if this was something we were emulating, we'd say, all right, this failed, and we'll do something else. So other things that we had to emulate were running Whoami. So we're going to run Whoami just to see. The good thing about this is it logs everything. So it tells you what time you're running everything. You see in this case, I'm Georgie. I can then go back to the agents. Oh, look at that. It actually worked. I think it worked. Yeah, sweet. So whoever's praying to the demo gods, keep that up. You can see this new shell I got is on Notepad. So I actually did do reflective DLL injection. Let me just run a Whoami and see if this agent is actually running. If it does, then that's awesome. It worked. Thank you, BC. Whoa, awesome. So reflective PE injection did work. I'm just not being very patient with anything right now because you all make me nervous. So other things you can run for discovery are situational awareness. I'm not going to do this because of lack of time. I do want to do persistent with userland. So there's a common misconception that you need to escalate privileges to have persistence. That's not true. There's what we call userland persistence, and I'm going to do that. So if I just look up userland through the registry, because that is what we are supposed to do as part of our adversary emulation plan, then here you could give it a name, a listener. The listener has to be HTTP, which is the name of our listener. There's also other optional fields. In this case, we're going where our threat intel told us, right? Software, Microsoft Windows current version debug. Let me actually make sure of that. Our threat intel said software Windows error. Yeah, Windows debug. Okay, so let's submit that. So this userland persistence will work once, if it runs successfully, obviously, and then once the user logs in again. So if the machine's rebooted, it won't work. You actually have to log in. So if I go over here and I do a reg edit, and I go over to current machine, software, Microsoft, I think it was Windows, current version, right? There we go. There's the debug. So it did write to it. When this machine is rebooted and the user logs in, Georgie logs in, then I'll have a shell again. And then I think the last part of this that I want to show, let me take a look. What was it? Oh, yeah, defense evasion. So defense evasion using reg server 32. This is why we created that SCT file. And you can see the command here. What I did was I actually, I think I just have it on my desktop. Yeah. So I created this Chrome that looks very much like Chrome. And if you, there's no way I can make this bigger. If you look at the shortcut, it's not actually starting Chrome. It's starting command.exe-c, and then I'm running regsvr32.exe. This is what's called a lol bin, a living off the land binary. That's just part of Windows. If you have application whitelisting, you kind of need this to run, right? Very few people actually don't allow it. Additionally, it has a /i interface, which allows you to go out to the internet, and it's proxy aware. So I'm actually just hosting this file on launcher.sct, and then you have the scrobj.dll. Let me see if I can move this to a system that will actually run it. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see. 10.0.0.187.80.80. It's weird that it's not pulling up my site, yet when I ran it, it did. I don't think I have to drag and drop. Maybe I can pull it from here. Did I kill that file? Oh, I'm getting some errors here. Let me stop this and start it again. There we go. All right, let's try again. There we go. Save the file. Open folder. Okay, so this chrome.exe, you can see here, we look at the properties. It's going to run that, it's going to pull that launcher and run. So let's take a look. I'm just going to double click it and see if it works. I don't know if it will work. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Yep, it actually did. I just got a new session. So if you go to Starkiller and you go to agents, I should have, there I have a new agent running through this reg SVR. Now, always clean up after yourself when you're done doing all this stuff. I will do that later. But pretty much what we did is we used C2 matrix to figure out which C2 we're going to use. We chose Empire 3 with Starkiller. We downloaded Slingshot C2 matrix, which was just released, and it has Empire. Then you follow the how-to at Empire, where I took decent notes, and we emulated this adversary. When you're done with all of that, you do need to bring value. So a lot of red teams just like breaking stuff, and that's awesome. I'm with you. It's fun. But we actually have to give value. That way they give us more money, more budget, more heads, so we hire more badass people into our team. So this is the not so much fun part. What I do is I use Vector. Vector is on the on Slingshot. You create test cases for each one of these. So I created the test cases in a table. I would import them here. I would put, reg SVR32 and then work with the blue team afterwards to see if they caught anything and whatnot. This is what it looks like. These are just reports after creating. This is APT33. This is what you emulate in my 2-day class. And here's a heat map. And then one of the things that I found with C2 matrix is that we have to continually repeat the same things over and over. So you do this blind assessment and you have all these findings, right? Like all these things worked. The blue teams to detect things, and then the operational teams and engineers, if they want to block any of this, it takes a lot of time. That's why we actually tried doing red team engagements like these every 3 months, every quarter, and it failed because we were just doing the same thing over and over while the organization wasn't getting better quick enough. So one of the things that we had to work with was everyone on the blue team. So imagine right now PowerShell. We use PowerShell here, and to detect PowerShell, you need to enable PowerShell logging, which is a feature after PowerShell version 5. So all supported versions of Windows have it. You need to first turn on that logging on the endpoint. Then once you verify that the logging is actually working, you need to send it somewhere. So whether you use a Splunk agent, and shout out to the previous talk on Splunk, from the folks at Splunk, or you're using the event forwarder, that needs to go somewhere. So then you need to test that that's actually getting forwarded. And then you need to have some sort of analytics running because you don't want to just dump all those logs on the team. So our red team was just retesting over and over and over. At one point, something similar to this, we were running multiple times per day. So we went out there and we started looking at a number of vendors that do kind of the automation, right? And no vendor is going to do full end-to-end red team automation, right? I saw John Strand's post and agree with him 100%, right? You can't replace the human part of, doing the recon, doing the show engineering, actually seeing if things work or not, right? Some things failed and then ended up working here. You can't just automate all of that, right? But you can automate some parts of it. So we went through, and I want to give a shout out to C2 Matrix collaborators and an awesome product called Sight that does just that. It uses cyber threat intelligence, has a threat catalog, you create an emulation plan, and then you run it. Just like what we did here. Sure, you can do that with any of these other C2s, but what about that repetitive part? So our main test case, our red team loved us for, and I see some of you on, shout out to Dave and Carlos and Elvis that are on listening. We got the red team to not have to be repeating this over and over by implementing a product like this. So I wrote a post on this. There are a number of different purple team tools. Just want to give a shout out and to friends over there at Scythe. And in 50 minutes or less, that is an adversary emulation of APT-19 using the new Empire 3 and Starkiller GUI. For more info, the c2matrix.com. Follow us. I posted the slides at George Urchias on Twitter. So that went at 2:15. And at 2:30, you got from C2 Matrix the link to download the latest Slingshot, which has 8 C2s that you can do along with Vector, which we talked about. And if you love this stuff, I have a 2-day SANS course that's running virtual 3 times in the next month, twice during the week and once on a weekend. So whatever works for you. We do this, but with APT-33, we go a lot deeper in actually understanding what happens under the hood. It's not just about running tools. So do sign up for that. I would love for you to be in the class and get your feedback. And that's it.
I am a very active person in the community. Worked at Prerequisites, Akamai, Caspita, and been at Splunk back at Splunk for over a year now, and co-founded Hack Miami and Pacific Hackers. Jose, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm also a researcher here at Splunk, security researcher. Also ex-Prerequisites, which is now Akamai. I co-founded Zenedge, which was a DDoS and replication firewall company, got acquired by Oracle. Yeah, and I'm excited to share today basically how we think about red teaming DevOps.
All right, let's do it. So with that in mind, let's start talking a little bit about DevOps. So DevOps is known as a combination of cultural philosophies and practices that are aiming to increase in organizations' ability to deliver applications and services in a streamlined fashion and usually in a high velocity. Next. So DevOps has become very popular because, one, it helps to deploy applications in a very efficient, streamlined manner. It helps share responsibility between teams and enhances collaboration if done well, of course. And if done well, notice that I'm throwing a lot of ifs here, and you'll see why soon. You could also use DevOps to apply security software development practices as well as platform. That usually is a challenge and is an opportunity for red teams. Another good feature of DevOps is you can scale and manage infrastructure. So there's usually the DevOps comes from development operations. There's a balance there, and there's a balance in a challenge as well, which we will address in a minute. When we are talking about DevOps, we're talking about make, build, test, and deploy applications along with infrastructure. And the DevOps practices have become a key factor in the expansion of cloud platforms. I want to clarify that we're going to focus on DevOps basically linked to a cloud environment. DevOps is not something recent, but we're gonna focus it from the perspective of a cloud-related infrastructure processes with DevOps. So something that we're going to focus in this presentation is what's called the DevOps tool chains. And the DevOps tool chains is known as a combination of tools that aid the delivery and development and management of software. Basically, they are conceptual separations of the DevOps process. And once we move on into the breakdown of these tool chains, you will realize that there is quite a bit of tools that you are probably heard of or see in your enterprise, in your environment, and you will understand the reason why we have decided to break down these tool chains, because it's easier to approach it from the perspective of pinpointing attack vectors and pinpointing weaknesses at the enterprise security posture level. So go ahead. So here's a classic example. This is a very popular graph. I found this on the internet, but it's very descriptive of what DevOps tool chains are. So DevOps tool chains are basically divided in a number, conceptually in a number of phases, right? So we have things that code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, plan, and monitor. So usually, as you can see there, this DevOps tool chains have a number of tools that are primarily used during these phases. And you can see very familiar and popular tools here, such as, for example, for coding, you have things such as a container operating framework, such as Docker. You have GitLab, you have GitHub. You use things for building packages such as Jenkins or Circle CI. Or testing applications via Selenium, or releasing them via Terraform, Ansible. And of course, as you can see in the graph, there is lots of Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a fundamental framework that you will see traversing practically the entire tool chain of phases. So this is something that you have to pay a lot of attention, and that we will not be focusing strictly on Kubernetes in this presentation, but it's something that I highly suggest you start getting familiar with, because it's pervasive and it's almost in every single phase. And then finally, you have things such as applications that are used for planning, such as GitHub or Jira. So if you use Jira, a lot of people are familiar with Jira, and usually when you talk about Jira, the word agile will come to mind. And agile, if you ever work for a software development company, is a sort of a philosophy with procedures and ways of integrating teams and achieving goals, and eventually releasing features or updates to software development. And finally, we have Monitor, which is usually we'll see here, it's tools that are used to develop and have visibility into some portions, because some of these technologies are quite a bit new and evolving, and in all honesty, it's a challenge to have visibility in some of them. So let's move on. So pretty quick here, this is a a graph that basically shows the flow of what we call the DevOps CI/CD pipeline, which is continuous integration, continuous delivery, and it basically goes from plan, code, test, build, release, monitor, response, learn, and so on. One of the things that you would realize during DevOps and CI/CD pipelines is a lot of these components are ephemeral. Ephemeral means they're used, deployed, and then discarded depending on objectives from the developers or the organization itself. Also, other stuff that you should be aware of is one of the advantages of this process is that you can create what is called elastic architectural deployments, and that means that you can enlarge or shrink the amount of resources that you're using depending on the demand or the needs of whatever application or service that you're trying to serve. Let's move on. So here is a very granular breakdown of what we consider and call the DevOps attack surface. And usually involves the CI/CD pipeline, and we can see how now by guiding ourselves with the conceptual tool chains in the different phases, we can take a look at specific products that are involved and related to these phases. So we had things such as, for example, the code phase. We would look at things such as source code repository. So we look at things such as GitHub, GitLab, SVN, or even S3 buckets. Things for building products for building. We have Travis, CI, Jenkins, Circle CI. I was actually part of an organization where we were using Jenkins, and our Jenkins platform was actually vulnerable to a remote code execution. I actually was able to test that and was able to witness the challenge when you use these platforms in production and you basically can take them out or can't even patch them. So when you are doing an engagement from the red teaming perspective, these things can be very, very helpful. And a lot of times there is not much visibility or monitoring into them. So continuing on this same slide, we also need to look at things such as the container operating frameworks, such as Docker or Vagrant, things such as the planning tickets, things like Jira or Trello or GitHub. The IaaS provider, which is usually involved into releasing, deploying, and operating. And then here we had to take a look at the Kubernetes, right? You had to take a look at Kubernetes because Kubernetes is the open source framework that is mostly used for deploying containers. Containers are prepackaged software and stripped down like virtual machines that are basically designed to run specific services or applications. Also, in the part of release and deploy, you also had to consider things such as languages such as PowerShell DSC. I've seen some work in the community abusing PowerShell DSC and things such as Ansible or Terraform or CloudFormation. So the languages themselves can be used for enhancing exploitation and post-exploitation lateral movement. And this type of languages, as we will see soon, they all have had either CVEs or exploitation related information already public. So finally, we have things such as monitoring tools, like, again, the classic ones such as ELK or Splunk, and testing tools such as Selenium. So let's go on the next one. So this is sort of a slide that, since everything is visible now because of the pandemic, so are the files. So with this in mind, let's get on to how we'll red team this thing. So when we talked about red teaming, we're basically talking about engagements that are cross-domain functional, meaning we target an organization with an adversarial mindset, and with this adversarial mindset, it's not as restricted or as limited to a specific scope. So red teaming engagements usually go beyond a pen test, which might be reduced to a specific CIDR of IPs, for example, a specific application. In this case, we're targeting an organization with a mindset of an adversary, and we are trying to replicate such TTPs and see how resilient the organization is should we be successful in attacking this organization. So we create hypotheses and methods and attack tools that would allow us to basically test and prove the security posture and resilience of the target organization. So in this case, because we're talking about DevOps, obviously, and this is the reason why I brought you from what DevOps is, what are the things that are involved in DevOps, we had to probe things such as, is there even an awareness of a CI/CD attack surface? Is this an organization that has pipelines where they had no visibility, monitoring, or like we're seeing in the field, developers are getting global admin keys. If you give a developer a global admin key, for example, in AWS or any other provider, and these keys are found in the wild, or this developer is phished, now you're in deep trouble, because basically as a global admin, attacker can do whatever they want. They can abuse the infrastructure. They can pivot. They can create artifacts to do further phishing, and most importantly, depending on your infrastructure, they can even get a hold of data in private IP that has not been staged yet or tested, and is bound to go in production. So this is very important. Also, you need to understand that we are moving into a hybrid sort of corporate world, where we have a lot of the infrastructures moving to the cloud. And by moving to the cloud, we're starting to see what we call a hybrid environments, where there's a gradient. And this gradient is where the perimeter and the cloud infrastructure components are meeting. And this makes now the north-south the new east-west. And we're going to show you that in a minute. So other things that you should consider is, can you go back for a second? So other things that you should consider is, before we get onto how we're gonna address this as red teamers, is there a mechanisms to assess the risk or deploy controls in this type of attack surface that we are proposing? Is there monitoring tools? And again, like we said before, ultimately test resilience against this type of attacks. So sorry, let's go ahead and move on. With that in mind, let's take a look at how we will approach this, right? So basically, the operator, the red teamer, will use the internet, or which will be basically most of the assessment, and the cloak and dagger. The cloak and dagger means you're going to have to set up your red team infrastructure, usually domain fronting, obfuscation of C2s, third-party C2s. We'll see that in a minute. And then you're going to have to embrace the target. And by embracing this target, we divided this into two main components or domains. One inside the perimeter, by looking at API keys, certificates, keys or certificates that can be within servers or within desktops, mostly developers or administrators, testing tool sets that can be attacked, platforms that can be attacked. Like I said before, I was part of an organization where I was able to pretty much compromise an internal Jenkins server that was vulnerable by an RCE exploit. Of course, as we talked before, we talked about languages such as Ansible and PowerShell DSC. There is, again, some initial work on using PowerShell DSC. PowerShell is an example of a scripting administrator, developer, like friendly language that has basically been weaponized and repurposed for lateral movement and post-exploitation. There are entire frameworks. Some of them are signatures of red teaming, such as Empire, which are based on PowerShell, right? So this is something that, in my opinion, will evolve, and it will consist in targeting this languages, this what at times is called IAC, infrastructure as code. So here we have other elements such as obviously common phishing of admin development creds for cloud and platform tools, and then obviously exploit the actual SDK or CLI as a client, like CloudFormation, right? So from the other side, then we can try to find which will be outside the perimeter. We will look at web services, we'll look at APIs, we'll look at storage objects. And when I talk about storage objects, it can be volumes that have read or write permissions, and usually, unfortunately, things such as S3 buckets are openly showing themselves on the internet. There are tools that you can use to actually search for those things. Today, we're going to show you a tool that actually finds keys that are leaked on repositories. Continuing with this, you will look at API keys, vulnerabilities themselves. So because, and this is one of the objectives of this presentation, is to show you how the DevOps basically enlarges the attack surface. So you're not only you have to basically pay attention now at things such as where you are prepackaging these applications, say containers, right? So like I said before, there is this developer and operations, and there is this concept called no ops. So no ops is, in some development circles, the belief that because now I don't have to order a server from IT, I don't need to be much aware of the hardware and operating system that is the base of where I'm putting my code. That by itself is replaced because containers are technically abstraction layers of hardware and software. And what happens is, at times, because there's not much attention paid to it, then the operations part, and that includes most of the information security people and SecOps, for example, may create a gap where developers are basically downloading all kinds of stuff from the internet, including going into public repositories of containers, downloading them. They don't even scan them. You don't know if they're a backdoor, if there is stuff in there. And we're going to show you an example today. And then you push that into your internal cloud, into your container registry, and then trouble ensues because it's a lack of knowledge and lack of visibility at times. So moving on to finally one point before we move on, there's almost an entire industry around misconfiguration of cloud platforms, right? It's what you hear about CSPM, Cloud Security Posture Management. It's basically based on misconfiguration. So what happens, the reason why this happens is because organizations are embracing the cloud, and somehow they think that they're not responsible. Somehow they think that the cloud is something that will not affect them because they're physically not running it, and that's a huge mistake. As much as we would like that to be the case, it's not. A lot of production code, databases, security artifacts are being placed in the cloud infrastructure. So by you not protecting or neglecting or not even having any visibility in your cloud environments, you are in fact exposing your perimeter, and that's one of the objectives that we want to prove today. Let's move on. So here's some thoughts about red teaming DevOps from the attacker perspective, like which said again, we want to emulate, have the adversarial mindset, and use tools of basically operationalize TTPs that would allow us to prove the resilience of the target. So things such as third-party SaaS or PaaS or IaaS, using C2s such as Twitter or GitHub or Gmail or Box. Most of the times, this PaaS are part of most organizations. How many of you are using Google Apps or Office 365? If you're able to serve or even call back from those platforms, it's very, very hard that you will be caught. And that includes the platform where the target is running. So if you're putting C2s in AWS, and your developers, the target developers, are operating under AWS, it's unless you have a very strict and granular monitoring, this is you're not gonna be able to detect this. It's very hard, and you had to have a very wide and visibility that includes both perimeter and cloud. Obviously, you had to research third parties. And when I mean third parties, I mean contractors, I mean providers, analytic providers at times that have either shared keys or access to mounted volumes with information or data that can be sensitive and that can be used for further extension of compromise. Also, like we said before, again, and this is very popular and it's right now, one of the main drivers is the misconfigurations. So I have seen entire organizations where they have X number of developers, and every single one of them has an admin key. So these guys are downloading and pushing everything. So every single one of them is potentially an administrator that you can phish and that you can compromise. If we add to this that we have organizations that had hybrid infrastructures, where some of the stuff that they're deploying has actual visibility or ways into the perimeter, this is golden for the red team. So also consider that many of the development is done on open source. And when you do development open source, there's usually lots of forums and lots of collaboration, internet collaboration, public collaboration places where you can find hints and you can even read code and patches that these organizations may indeed be applying, and that may lead you to discover or further get knowledge into the possible inner workings of their development and operations department. And many organizations, again, and I just mentioned this, do not have any control or repo version control or uploading rights or even sharing. So it's a good for all. I can right now probably go to Docker Hub, download something and unload it myself. That stuff may have a backdoor in it, crypto mining, something that is watching my internal networks. Because as you may know, there are what I call the cloud ones and the cloud lands, which is environments that are isolated, but from the logical perspective, they are not exposed to the internet. However, if you're able to get vision into it because of the architecture because of the architectural functions and certain components, for example, Kubernetes, where the nodes are constantly communicating and sending information, if you have visibility in some of those environments, that is quite an advantage. So let's go ahead and move on. Emphasizing on this, target, release, deploy languages: PowerShell, DSC, Ansible, Terraform. Dependence on the clouds means many times there is no communication. This is also very common. There's no communication between the cloud provider and the actual security support. like I said before, if the development team is actually doing whatever they want and they're not paying attention to security or operational security, sometimes you find out because of the bill, not because there's an alert or because you're even watching it. So this disconnect between these two worlds, again, the developers, the operation, is, in my opinion, a huge problem and that has to be fixed. And I'm seeing it. I'm actually seeing it in the field as I'm getting colleagues and customers asking me what to do about this, because basically they feel that the certain departments are bringing everything from the internet. They're not cleaning it. Then there's no version control. There's no asset management, so you have no idea what is in there. At times, they may even leave containers for applications that are vulnerable. Nobody has touched it. You might be able to compromise it or find it and find your way in. I've seen this and done it in previous engagements. If you achieve access, obviously you can emulate target behavior. Many cloud environments have very poor vision. This is, again, visibility, and it's very hard to catch cross-account activity. Cross-account activity is seen differently in the different vendors. So, for example, Amazon uses Assume Role. We're not gonna here get much on the detection, but I can tell you that unless the person who's managing this infrastructure has a good knowledge of RBAC, a specific RBAC in the cloud platform that we're targeting, in the organization that we're targeting, most likely they won't even see it. And then cloud-facing applications in many environments have partial or direct connection to internal environments. I said this before, and this is the future. We even have products where there is a VPN sort of a product that basically you can connect directly from your perimeter. If you can get access to that is absolute gold. And like I said before, pivoting north-south is possible now as lateral movement, because if we're able to compromise cloud applications and we find containers, servers, applications that are pulling data from inside the perimeter, then we can do north, south, east, west. As simple as that. Let's move on. So here's a sort of examples for you. So you can, we will be sharing this, this will be recorded, and we'll be sharing as well these slides. This is a breakdown of the different tool chains. And as you can see, we divided it by the products, and we divided it by, in some places I put MITRE techniques, in some places I put the CVEs, basically to exemplify and show you visually that just with the DevOps, with the CI/CD pipeline, look at all the opportunities that are presented to you as a red teamer. So let's move on. Every single tool chain, every single product has had some sort of an exploitation, some sort of a vulnerability. Use it, add it to your handbook. It's again, this from the red teaming perspective, the whole DevOps CI/CD pipelines, it brings an extension and a brand new opportunities of probing and compromising targets, basically organizations. All right, so with this, I think we're gonna go into the practical demos. So Jose, take it away.
Yeah, so again, just a quick recap. Rod just gave us a really good rundown on, as red teamers, why should we care about DevOps, what the attack surface looks like. I wanted to show some practical examples, again, just deep dive on like some just real world examples you can just take away from this talk and use, right? And the first thing I'm gonna pick on is essentially exploiting GitHub for secrets. And this is somewhat a commonly known thing you can do, but mainly from a blue team perspective for defense, it's still a very viable way to just find secrets out there. And why is this a really valuable tool to have in your toolchain is it's a low-hanging fruit for an attacker. It's very easy to execute this attack without, or find secrets essentially in GitHub without really alerting your target. As developers develop code, it's very easy to commit mistakes. Usually, again, if a developer is writing code specifically in a DevOps workshop, they usually have a high privileges accounts because they can make changes to some sort of production. Ideally, right, you run into one account that have changes to production or CI pipelines that have usually deploy rights and that kind of stuff. Also, it's very hard from a developer perspective, even once you find a leak, to clean it up. Like going back and rewriting or deleting things from Git history, it's actually pretty painful if you've ever tried it, and requires rebasing of your code and so on and so forth. The other reason, again, I'm showing this example is Git is pretty much an industry standard. GitHub, it's pretty much an industry standard. But there's also many targets besides GitHub, right? You got GitLabs and Bitbucket out there. So it's not only a very commonly used tool, but this kind of a workflow can apply to other targets like GitLabs and Bitbucket, which also run like cloud code repositories. So I first wanted to show you what I call exposition number one. And this is a tool called shget, which is, actually, let's just jump right into it here before I start explaining it. Give me 1 second. Let me share with you a video. And Rod, can you confirm that you can actually see the video screen?
I can see it, yeah. There you go.
Perfect, awesome. All right, so shget basically is a tool that allows you to view secrets from GitHub real time. And what I mean by that is it literally will hunt for GitHub as people are committing code in for things that match potential secret leaks, right? And so, for example, here you see it running. It checks for about 120 things that it considers, again, potential secrets. And immediately here, when you run it, you'll start seeing events flowing in for things like, a shell configuration file committed or a log file committed that could potentially contain secrets, right? If we take one of these shell configuration file, again, for example, and we literally grab so this looks like a Z shell, just based on the URL, it's a Z shell.rc, and we grab that URL and we pop it into a browser. We can actually see, again, what the user committed because it's public facing. And indeed, there's a Z shell.rc D folder. And if we open the actual file, this looks to be a false positive in the sense that, yeah, he committed the file, but there's no actual secrets on this bash in here, right? Sometimes like it's practical to include like tokens and stuff like that in your RC file. Again, I have a ton of fun just watching real time the data that comes through here. If we run it, you'll see things again like AWS potential like S3 objects committed. In this case, for example, a Django secret that got committed. And again, we can open the URL and verify if there's an actual secret in there or not. That's one of the things that the tool really doesn't do for you. It kind of has a search, a real-time search on everything that's coming through on what may match what's committed, but it doesn't actually go into the content of what's committed and verify that what it actually found is a secret or not. In this specific case, the Django secret, when you leak it, you can actually use it as an attacker to get RC on the platform, on the web app hosting platform. So again, this tool highlights how prolific the mistake of committing secrets is in GitHub. If we dig into the actual tool, the way the tool works, here, I'm just going to wait into the actual execution finishes. But if we dig into the actual how the tool works, like you said, we loaded earlier, there's 120 signatures, and there's a config file that explains or basically contains those signatures. And when they call signatures is basically a search, a GitHub search, specifically what GitHub calls an advanced search. So things like, pass it an extension of P12. This is a potentially cryptographic key. And again, if somebody commits a file with P12 in it, it doesn't mean that it has an RCA the private key in there. It's just there's a potential key. So this is where, to a certain extent, shget falls short. But I'm just showing you this tool so you can see how, again, prolific the problem of committing secrets is. highly recommend you, if you can after this talk, clone it down. All you need is a GitHub token to run it. Clone it down and run it locally, so you can see how fun and the amount of data that just people leak in there. So that's Shget. Let me go back to the slides. Bear with me. So that's exposition number one. Now, there's some challenges, again, with hunting for secrets in public repository. And the first one that I ran into at least is APIs from some of these providers actually limit you. And what do I mean by that? For example, Shget is able to do those searches real time and not pass a specific username or repo because it's only looking at real-time events coming out of GitHub. It's not doing a historical search. GitHub actually limits you if you're doing a historical search, unless you're passing very specific parameters. It limits your query by a user or a repository to actually then check content for it, which is why, again, Shget cannot verify whether the actual content is a secret or not. Also, again, scaling verification is painful, it's a challenge. It's not very practical to go into every URL that you're getting from Shget and copy it into a browser and check if that's actually a secret or not. Right? So doing this by hand really doesn't scale, which it makes it right for automation. There's no current automation for the entire workflow of like parsing that secret, storing it somewhere, and reporting it, right? So what we did is we built this tool, actually, as a result to solve this, which is Git Wall Hunt. And let me show you a demo of that really quickly. Go. Can you confirm that you can see the video?
I'm looking at the GitHub page. Yes, that's the video. Yeah, there you go.
Yep, perfect. All right. So Git Wall Hunt, again, it's a tool we open source. The URL is at the end of the talk. It's pretty easy to get started with it. Very similar to Shget, which you just install it, you configure your token into it, then you run some, you'll run hunting searches and have some sample searches in there. And ultimately, the results of those verified credentials from the searches get stored in a JSON log called results.json. Some of the, again, I mentioned I have some sample hunting searches just so you get a good idea. There's I put searches in there that potentially find GCP JWT tokens or GCP secrets, which give you a full access to, or potentially full access to somebody's GCP account. Same thing with AWS secrets, same thing with Azure tokens or JWT tokens, GS utils config login. So for like Google Drive and similar like Google services, you can abuse them as well. Kubernetes configs. So, very commonly leaked things in GitHub are full-blown kube configs, which have usually also secrets in it. Jenkins credential files, Circle CI credential files. So we're not leaving out the CI pipelines in here. But again, with the value of the tool is not the fact that you can actually run that search historically, but also it will validate for you whether there's actually a secret inside the content that was committed or not. And it does this by basically running regexes on that content. And there's a bunch of regexes here. I listed like the ones that we're checking for different kind of tokens. I graciously borrowed that from Trufflehog. So I actually didn't write the regexes myself, so thankfully. But yeah, it would have taken quite a bit. But it's very easily extendable, right? It's just adding another regex for checking another potential secret. So here, let's try to find AWS leak secrets really quickly. Again, just to show an example of how you would use the tool. So you first run the search, and again, you copy and paste a search on the CLI for AWS, and this specific search is looking for anything that was committed under .aws path, and it has the file name credential. Very basic, simple search. Again, I borrowed this one from Shget. It's one of the searches they have, but they don't actually check for the data in it, which is what we're gonna do. And when you run it, you immediately see that there's 247 potential leaks right now. Right? Like I run this, I think, the 13th, a few days ago. And so, again, the tool's gonna verify out of those 247 potential leaks, which ones actually have secrets in them. So it actually goes through each of the repositories and then runs regexes on all that content. The regexes that actually come back and match it stores it. So you see there's one of the regexes that matched, it's for an AWS API key. So if we actually go to the URL, you can see, yeah, the API key for this person was leaked, or it's out there, right? You can essentially use this and abuse the heck out of their AWS, right? Or leverage this key now to further move into their environment. And so, yeah, again, tool runs, goes through every result. It not only processes individual secrets, but it can capture multiple at once. So again, because it's running all those regex checks, it's one of the files with more than one secret, it stores them. In this case, I think this gentleman here, or this developer, leaked about 4 different users. I'm assuming it's a gentleman, sorry. But yeah, and so at the end of the execution, you can review the results into results.json, in results.json. And again, results.json, the main reason, the main idea for us, or for me to put this output here was I wanted to index this in Splunk so I can store it and report on it historically, like who's leaking secrets, when, etc. But that's a later conversation. For now, again, also serves as a audit of what we found, right? And you can see the secret, what matched gets stored, a timestamp, and the actual check, plus the actual URL. If you, again, from this execution, we saw 247 results. If we just pipe this to JQ length, we can see that out of it, 178 actually were verified credentials just from that search. So again, let's try the same thing with Kubernetes secrets, just to see, just another example, right? Again, this search is looking for anything that was committed on the cube with found and config in it. And it's going to, again, verify if there's any credentials inside that file. This one actually had 173 results back. And you immediately see there's a few that already have some confirmed leaks. In this case, let's verify this one. This one seems to be for Google OAuth access token, or JWT token. And you see that the config has actually CAs in there. Again, from a red teamer, that's not necessarily too interesting. I don't know if I can authenticate with this, if they're put the public CA certificates. I don't think this were private keys for them anyways. But again, down there, very interesting data is the access token got leaked for their GCP, for G-Cloud. And it looks like it was something under Jenkins pipeline that they were using. Now I can use this token to come back and have the same access right as a Jenkins pipeline on their environment, which is extremely dangerous. Let's let it finish the execution. We can review the results again. And again, you have all the results sets there historically, if to do analytics or whatever else you want on it, report on it, so on, so forth. So that's Get Wild Hunt. But again, I showed you an example of finding secrets just through GitHub. And I picked up GitHub. You can apply the same methodology to GitLabs, but there's always good old fishing for finding credentials. And actually, Rachel, a fellow Hack Miami member, just posted this week a really cool blog on how to use a tool called Zfisher plus the Azure service to host a phishing page for Azure. That again, you end up with an Azure URL out of it, which is pretty cool. It looks really realistic. So there again, when you're going into this engagement, just think of multiple ways how can I achieve hunting for secrets. If you can use GitHub in a passive enumeration manner, like we are, to find something valuable against that target, phishing is still a good valid choice. Why not, right? But I guess the next question is, okay, so now I got credentials, whether it was phishing or I found them and leaked. Now what do we do with them, right? From a red team perspective. And I just thought it was a joke. I was gonna say, have you heard of the MITRE attack matrix for cloud? Yeah, so there is actually a technique, and we're just kind of speaking on this one again, just for sake of example, of like implanting container images. And one of the things I want to point out is MITRE attack matrix mitigations for this is basically to audit the integrity of your image and to do code signing and verify trusted sources. I'm going to be honest with you. I think in the 3 last shops that I've been in that use containers, we didn't do any. We didn't do code signing or checking for code signing on our containers. and we didn't audit them either. So I don't know how, like, I don't know how common that is across shops. And again, I'm just using my own experience to measure it. But and a general attack flow for implementation, and what I'm about to show you, because there's a lot of moving pieces here. I wanted to just give you a high-level diagram of what it looks like. We're first going to assume that we use get while hunt to find some AWS credentials for our target. We then grab those credentials, and we're going to use those credentials to authenticate to AWS's Elastic Container Repository. And once we authenticate, we're going to do a few things. First we log in. Then we are going to enumerate what repos are part of this repository for these keys, if they have any, what images the repos have, right, in them, and then we're going to pull an image and implant it. And so when I pull the image, we're literally going to bring it down. We're going to modify that image, or the container image, and implant it with a Merlin agent by modifying the Docker file. If you've never heard of Merlin, actually, Joshua Schultz, which is another talker who's going to be talking later today, actually turned me into it. But it's a very cool C2, and I love it for two reasons. One, it's built in Go, which means the agents are precompiled. There's no worrying about dependency and installing interpreters and any of that. You literally have a binary that you run. Second, the callback mechanism is HTTPS. So it can blend very well with any traffic. And so we're going to be using Merlin as an implant, and we're going to push this modified image, or this implanted image, back into the ECR, the container store. And after this is in the container store, then Elastic Container Services, which is the actual services that run containers, think of like a hosted Kubernetes by AWS, will take that updated container and run it as a new instantiation of it, right? And so at that point, the implant will not only execute, but it'll also, like, the implant will execute plus whatever other service is going to run in there. So it's sitting, and the implant is going to call back to our C2. Our C2 is also going to be hosted. So C2 being Merlin as well, right? It's going to be hosted in AWS. So all the Defender or all the blue team or whoever see is an HTTPS call back to another AWS instance. Completely, again, unless you're looking for, unless you're interested in HTTPS inside AWS, which is extremely rare, I've never heard of that. Very, very stealthy, for lack of a better word. Again, this process is going to get kicked off by two actions, either by the creation of a new instance manually, where somebody goes into SES and creates a new instance, or if this person who leaked the token has a CI pipeline for deployment and automatically deploys new image pushes, it will automatically then be, the C2 will automatically be instantiated with a new container that comes up. So let's look at what implementation looks like really quickly here. I'm going to pop another video up. Rod, just confirm for me that you can see the AWS screen.
Yep, correct.
Yep, perfect. All right, so first, again, I just want to walk really quickly through what the regular environment looks like. So again, we have ECS, Elastic Container Services, and this is running a default compute unit. And we have multiple tasking here. So one task is specifically Nginx. And again, I'm kind of showing you the developer's DevOps view, right? And this Nginx service essentially is, again, it's hosting a website, very simple website, nothing fancy. And if we look into how this Nginx service gets built in the task definition, it essentially comes from a Elastic Container Repository image, right? So there's a container behind this the service of this task. And if we expand the image here, we see that it's somewhere hosted in US West under Nginx latest, right? So this is, again, this is the environment we're going to be essentially abusing. If we go to ECR, again, we can confirm there's a repo called Nginx, and there's that repo URL. So for setting up our attack, again, we're going to have two terminals here. We're going to have a C2 terminal, which is going to be running our server, and then we're going to have just like a workspace terminal. I'm renaming them, again, just for the sake of like explanation here, but Merlin C2, again, very simple to run. It's just a binary you download and you execute. In this case, I'm going to listen on our interfaces. You just literally run it. You don't need to compile any dependencies or anything like that. and immediately comes up. You see it's listening already on 4.4.3. This is running on Ubuntu 18.04 on an AWS instance, like I mentioned earlier. So we're hosting RC2 on the same environment, essentially the same cloud provider for obfuscation, further obfuscation. So again, the first step for this attack is we assume we have a lead credential that we're going to use, and we're going to use to authenticate to ECR first with that credential. So, and in this case, we're using the AWS CLI for authentication purposes. We're going to be using the CLI mainly for the attack. So first thing we do is we grab the password. We grab a token, authentication token, essentially for ECR, and we pass that token over to Docker, right? And in this case, the reason Docker needs this is Docker is we're gonna use the Docker CLI to operate on this repository in a second, right? So we pass it the authentication token plus the URL where the repo is, and then next step is we enumerate what repositories are available under this key essentially. Okay, so we run the describe repository. We see there's essentially 3 of them: toss a coin, test, and nginx. And the one that we care about here is nginx, so that's the one that we're gonna go ahead and pull down from. But first, let's see what images are available on this nginx repository. And to do that, we enumerate the images. So again, running the CLI, we just enum list images, pass the repo name, and you'll see that here there's really there's a few images, but one has a tag, and again, it's very common to push the latest tag to production in a regular CI pipeline, but I'm assuming here that whatever they're using as latest, this developer, is what they're getting out, and so that's the one that I'm going to go ahead and implant. So next step is, again, because we authenticated with Docker, we're going to go ahead and pull down the image for nginx, and then what we're going to do is we're going to modify that image with an implant. So if you look at the Docker file, the standard Docker file for nginx, it's pretty straightforward for this image. It's just, again, from nginx, it runs an apt-get update, it copies some static site, and then it runs the actual nginx with daemon turned off. So it means it runs it in the foreground. We're going to, again, do our implant in here. First, I'm going to grab the implementation agent from Merlin. Like I mentioned earlier, they're off compiled, they're on the releases, which is nice for every platform, so Windows, Linux, and Mac. We're going to be doing this on containers, so I'm going to grab the Linux agent. And so we copy our agent down to the same build repository for the Docker file for nginx, that has a Docker file for nginx, and then we modify that Docker file to include and run our implant. So copy our implant into the actual container and execute it. So modify, yeah. I had already built this on the demo, the Docker file in another directive, but I'll still show you what it looks like. Basically, again, same code. We just copy the static directory. We're still doing the update, but now we're moving or copying over the Merlin agent to something called opt health check, just for obfuscation, not to make it look too obvious. And then in this case, we're passing it the URL for our C2, and then still running nginx. Now, I just want to make a quick note. You wouldn't typically pass the URL like that. Like you probably want to pass a domain for that's behind redirectors. So in a real engagement, you will probably be hiding that C2 IP through redirectors. RefShell is another really great tool and blog on how to do that. So yeah, next thing is we recompiled or we repackaged this nginx image with our changes, and we can see that again now our changes are our implementations are in there. The command to execute health check with a URL, and then we tag it so it gets properly matched with the latest tag when we push it over to the repository, and then we push it. In this, yeah, and so we just got to verify when we push it that again you're pushing it to the right URL, which we found through enumeration earlier. So because I don't think this nginx image is too large, it should go pretty fast. But again, we got a new hash SHA digest, and because again you can verify here the fact that the actual image now has been updated with the latest SHA, and you can see again that just the pushed time matches the time in my machine as about a few seconds ago. So we did get the new image in there, and because in this demo, I didn't build like a CI pipeline. Imagine if DevOps had a CI pipeline, latest would essentially be deployed automatically. But in this case, I'm going to kick it off manually. And when I kick it off, I mean like I'm going to create another running instance of the engine-s task in ECS, so it actually runs the implementation code. So that's what you're seeing me do here. So you see the new task essentially provisioning now. And we go back to our C2 and wait for a session, right, from the callback. So it takes a few seconds for something like a task to come up in AWS. So, but after that, whenever AWS runs that container, you should see an implant show up, and we do. You see there a new authenticated agent, and it assigns a UUID for that agent name. And now we have full, essentially, access to that container that just got deployed in an AWS hosted service, essentially. So if you go to Interact, you can see Merlin has a bunch of capabilities, things like being able to run shellcode or download something right into the machine, or just full shell control, right? So full shell access. Obviously, you can kill and destroy the agent if you're done with it, if you want to. Yeah, so basically full control of the machine. Right? If you run info, you can see. Again, this is running obviously Linux because it's a container on the site hosted, but you can see that the host name is actually coming from something internal in AWS. Like I said, we're using ECS, so that's hosted. We even the user doesn't have any control of this, right? The less control you will have from Kubernetes. If we list directories, you can see that this is obviously a Docker container, is a Docker Infinite, and it just recently got created. So that's an implementation in a nutshell. Now, I wouldn't stop at implementation. Implementation is just, again, the tip of the iceberg of ways you can abuse using a token, but there's a bunch of other ways to go about this. There's a great project by Jason Grace and Sandia Labs called Master of Servers that allows you to leverage the same concept, but allows you to leverage Ansible, Chef, and Puppet as post-exploitation tools, like Rod mentioned earlier. It basically weaponizes this configuration management systems to build persistence in an environment. Basically like getting God mode in somebody's environment, for lack of a better word. Not to pick on Splunk, but like there's easy ways to backdoor Splunk, like just uploading an app with the callback, right? Maybe you can find a key that has all these privileges to update containers, but you do find from there you can pivot to a Splunk instance that's running. Well, backdoor with an app, boom, now you have persistence, right? Rod, I don't know if you want to comment on further ways of enumerating here.
Yeah. Well, basically, once you get a hold of or in the cloud infrastructure, you want to enumerate further cloud resources, Kubernetes clusters, private buckets, further repositories, segments of cloud networks, probably code that is being tested. Sensitive information that's being pre-staged or is going to make it to production. There's a tons of possibilities once you're able to get access within this cloud environment. And like I said before, most of the enterprises are moving to architectures where they use a hybrid approach, where many of these applications actually have visibility or communication with the perimeter, inside the perimeter. And that's why, like I said before, north-south may be the new east-west, because we can start at the cloud and we can end up moving around workstations or servers because they're connected either by the CLIs, the SDKs, or even the VPN type products, which basically make connection to the cloud seamless. And I think that's actually one of the things that the vendors are trying to do and pushing for in the future. So that will make even easier to adopt cloud architectures, basically. So I hope today you were able to get some good information of this ongoing and new opportunities for red teamers and penetration testers and adversaries in general, because they're there. And there's unfortunately right now we're going through one of those phases in the industry where it would take, unfortunately, a lot of compromises and a lot of bad stuff to happen for organizations and enterprises to change their security posture.
And again, here's the list of tools that we use today. I will be sharing the slides afterwards as well. But again, get to see real-time leaked secrets in GitHub. Get Wild Hunt for actually searching for secrets and validating them automatically. Merlin was a C2 we ended up using. Highly recommend you check out Zfisher and RefShell's blog on how to use it for Azure, and Mose for post-exploitation. That's what we want to share with you today. We're going to be in Discord. If everybody's going to jump in there, that's where we'll be answering questions. Otherwise, feel free to message me or Rod on Twitter. Please, we're super, we love feedback. We love questions. So I hope everybody has a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Jose, and thank you, Rod.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining the Red Team Village Mayhem Virtual Summit, first ever. And our next speaker up is MITRE from Turkey, all the way from Turkey. He is joining us and giving us a talk on Red Team operations. Take it away, MITRE.
Hello, welcome all. Today, actually, I will be talking about Red Team operations and how I do it and how our team do it in an automated way, actually. First, I will introduce myself and what I do, basically. And after that, we will set some stones about the Red Team lifecycle and DevOps practices that we can learn from. And after that, we will go through the Red Team operation models and what is operational security and the infrastructure design that correlates with the Red Team operational models. And after that, once we establish on the infrastructure design and the design considerations and the differences between the designs on the various models, whether it would be pen test or some other model, we will go with the automation and why we need an automation. And in that regard, we will go with the infrastructure as code, actually, not the scripted automation. And why do we need infrastructure as code? And after that, I will introduce some simple scripts for infrastructure-wise from some infrastructure as code tool. And after that, we will see how can we maintain those scripts in the continuous integration pipeline. So I'm Mert, and I'm a security engineer at Trendyol. I'm also in my free time a member at non-profit cybersecurity organization Black Box Security. It's a organization that helps students and newcomers to the cybersecurity, and we're giving them trainings and the resources to get them started. And also I am a member of Red Team Initiative ITCAT. It's a local Red Team initiative. We're basically trying to set some standards on our set Red Team standards on our local community. And also I have a blog at Medium. I most of the time write in Turkish, but I maybe change it to the English in the future. So I'm also hunting mobile malware and Red Team research in my free times and speak here and there. I talked at B-Side and DeepSex about mobile malware. So what I do is basically in our initiatives and in Trendyol, we're planning Red Team engagements for various scenarios, whether it would be full scope pen testing, pen test or Red Team assessment, or scenario-based threat simulation. We're first planning the engagement. After planning the engagement itself, we're designing the infrastructure that correlates with that engagement. whether it be a C2 infrastructure or if we need a phishing campaign, that would be an email infrastructure or some other kind of tunneling infrastructure, whether it would be DNS, HTTP, etc. So after the design, we're iterating over the design with the team and getting the design at its final form. And once the design is stable, we're writing terraforms to automate the infrastructure provisioning and the configuration. So after the writing Terraform, we're creating pipeline for that scripts for the change management. So if anything breaks because of some other team member pushes some code that does not correlate with the current script, it does not affect the campaign itself or the engagement. So let's continue with the red team lifecycle. So the red team lifecycle is really similar to the pen test. Once you reconnaissance and compromise your your target first, you're trying to establish foothold and get some foothold on the network. After that, you just continue with the internal reconnaissance and the maintaining presence all over the network or the different units of the organization until you find your target data. That would be some data that company wants from you to be extracted or some kind of flag. Whatever suits between you and your target company. So the red team lifecycle is important because at every step, every red teamer has habits. As humans, we're creature of habits. So every red teamer has its own set of preference tools. So this set of preference tools will come in effect on each and every step and each every scenario. So let's continue with the DevOps practices. So DevOps is basically creating self-service infrastructure for teams. So the DevOps engineers using these practices to serve infrastructure for the developers, so that developers does not handle or do not log in some kind of Kubernetes or AWS services, etc. They are just self-servicing the infrastructure so that no one will have to do anything manually. So this is one use case, and the other use case that actually matters to us is you can automate processes that is manual and slow, which is the getting up the infrastructure for red teaming engagement. So let's see what kind of models that red team operations have. Actually, this is a controversial topic, but more or less researchers, once you do your research, you can actually categorize them into four. First, it's a full scope pen test, but although it's named as a pen test, you can say there's no restriction. So by name, it's a full scope pen test, but it's a red team engagement that longer than the penetration test, because once you look at the pen test, it's a snapshot of the security posture of the company in a limited environment. But once you make that unlimited and you extend the resources, you have full scope red team engagement. And whether your target choices, you attempt to gain a foothold on the target and steal the target data, and you're mimicking the actor that attack for that attack, and it's based on the preference of the company that you're engaging most of the time, and it provides a point of state of the program in an attacker perspective, and with a competent execution, it really brings valuable data. The other one is for big organizations. It may go longer than 1 year or 2 years. What you basically trying to achieve is the perfect knowledge of the target company, and that includes network map and key individuals to target, so that you can infiltrate the network, and within the network, it correlates on the valuable user activity with the perfect knowledge that you have from the engagement. So it's since it is longer, you really need an automated environment to up and go. So it also shows the company's hardening or the security posture over maintaining access over longer period of time as an adversary point of view. The other is the war games, traditional red versus blue in a laboratory environment. So in order for you to set up the laboratory, once you decide on the infrastructure, you can also automate it by using infrastructure as code that we will be talking about. And the last one is the adversary simulation. It's more realistic approach, and it's mostly on some adversary basis attack and activity like APT-19, APT-34, etc. So what you're doing is imitate them and attack the target environment. So in terms of the mimicking them, you can set up some scripts for each and every adversary that you're going to simulate, and you can round up the infrastructure fast and do your campaign. And let's talk about operational security for all of them. Since we're trying to simulate an adversary, we need to be careful about it. Operational security is actually a military term, and it's a denying adversary information, or you can say operational information from your mission. That would be C2's data publicly available, or that would be your email infrastructure exposed to email relay, or some kind of other vulnerability, or your Nginx or some kind of redirectors have known vulnerabilities, etc. And you can be exposed due to that. So operational security was a military term, but since the cybersecurity is the awareness of the overall users coming up increasing, it's now something bigger. We can say, adversaries are also doing some these errors. We can say Geos botnet for an example. They have multiple errors on their operation. For example, not encrypting their C2 servers and not encrypting their chat sessions, etc. That would be some kind of misconfiguration mistake, because they might be using a manual approach for their C2 infrastructure, or some kind of other errors. But in the end, if you use a configuration management tool, you would not have some kind of mistakes, and the operations would be safe. And also, it's important aspect of the automation is also you can destroy all of your infrastructure and wipe the data according to the company's rules against the engagement data. So it's an important aspect of the red team operations. So the standard penetration testing setup usually looks like this. You have some team server that you're using for the engagement, and the IP is known to the organization. And sometimes, for the sake of the automated tools running, the organization whitelists your IP address and knows all about your activity, so that they can monitor you. And you're in turn using automated tools to find vulnerabilities and exploit them if that's possible. And the test goes on like this. But in some red teaming engagement, put it simple way, you can use infrastructure like this. You have multiple team servers. Ideally, these all are in some different cloud provider, and all of them serves different functionality that your red team engagement uses, whether it would be reconnaissance, it would be C2, or some phishing campaign. Your multiple servers reside on multiple different providers, and they are using redirectors for the connection so that you can hide yourself more efficiently. So what are the differences that we may maybe ask? The usage of redirector blends in the internet because some redirectors are capable of configuring human traffic. Maybe you can imitate some human behavior to generate a normal traffic so that you can blend in to the organization's traffic. So by using redirector, you can also build defense against the blue team, as in you can have some kind of data that would be a user agent or some kind of key in header or some in data or path, so that if blue team comes to your directors without it, you can just redirect them to their organizational website, etc. So you can set up some defensive measures on the redirector side, so your team servers does not get exposed. So since we talked about year-long or 2-year-long red team operations, it's easy to adapt progressive needs on this kind of setup because your team servers is actually static in that setup in times of compromisation or some kind of, if blue team knows you and finds you, you can change your redirectors, and in some critical cases you can also change your team servers, but you can adapt more easily to your needs in the future. So about the design, as I've said, this might be an ideal, but it's all based on your needs. But the things that we should consider that are designed for the red team infrastructure must be lean as possible, because if the team server side gets complicated, it will be hard to manage. It will be hard to track what kind of assets do we have, or does them get exposed, or blue team finds them, etc. So the leanness of the infrastructure is really critical. The other thing is the segmentation. I was saying that all of the team servers should serve different purposes, so they are not interdependence, and that's also important, because if your reconnaissance server got exposed or found by the blue teamers, you can round up the new one so that your C2 infrastructure on the other cloud provider does not get exposed as well with your reconnaissance server. So the network footprint is also some consideration for us, because we are using redirectors. We can blend in to the organization's network so that our C2 does not get caught up. That would be using a wallet user agent to using some kind of key to encrypt our data and put it into some kind of request that could go to the wallet server. That would also be domain fronting that we can use. And once we set up on the other things, the domain is also a design consideration for us, because the organization that we engage would be some kind of health sector or some defense sector. The organization differs, so does our domain, because if we choose domain based on the categorized domains, that would be ideal for us to run some campaigns, so that their gateway proxy does not block us. So in that domain, whether it would be the domain front or newly purchased domain, we can also consider our C2 specification. That would be a domain fronting, as we talked about. That would be a DNS or HTTP or HTTPS, and based on that, we can choose our payloads and the SMTP specifications, and once and for all, our access control and request processing. Access control would be nice because if the redirectors just allow traffic from the organization's IPs, we does not get indexed by the bots or some kind of other blue team researchers from the internet. So our campaign would stay safe. And the request processing part is also correlates with the network footprinting. Once we establish foothold on the organization, we should be able to blend ourselves into the network. So the process of the request on the redirector comes into the mind in terms of the generating normal user traffic along with our C2 traffic. So these are the things that we should consider while designing our infrastructure based on the engagement type that we're going to engage. So once we design, once we plan and develop our infrastructure based on our needs, then what would we do? We should, in normal way, we should go some UI on some cloud provider or do SSH on some server and deploy our, Nginx or MSF or Empire C2s or some kind of other reconnaissance and custom tools to the servers and make the setup for every engagement. I mean, it's not ideal. It should not have been ideal because every new engagement brings new developments to our infrastructure. And once you do them all the time, the custom tools and techniques and the procedures emerges. And once they emerge, all of the life cycle becomes unmanageable. So here comes the infrastructure of code to our help. Infrastructure of code have some benefits for us besides scripting. I mean, you can automate your infrastructure deployment with scripts, but this is not ideal because of the processes with infrastructure as code. You can automate your provisioning and deployment processes, but since you're writing code to deploy your infrastructure, you can also represent your state of your infrastructure based on the code that you're writing so that you can do versioning and you can see how much it evolves or how much it differs your infrastructure based on your needs. So also you can validate the changes. This is something that you cannot do easily with the scripting automation. With infrastructure as code, you can validate changes through code review and also tests. And you can see before deployment if the code will run or not, and your infrastructure will be up or not. And also, the infrastructure as code remove human element from the equation, and this is valuable for us because we do, as a red teamer, we do not have mistakes from human element in our infrastructure because these are the delicate subjects for both the red teamers and the company. So every engagement must be as private as possible. So as infrastructure as code, there are a couple of tools. You can see them on slides. Chef, Puppet, Ansible, the most known of them, also Terraform. CloudFormation is AWS's one. So apart from CloudFormation, these all other backed by a large community and work with different cloud providers. So if you want to work in Azure, you can work in Azure. If you want to work in AWS, you can work in AWS. These are all of your code are cloud provider neutral. So if you write some infrastructure as code, you can deploy it anywhere by changing some parts of your code, and you can deploy it anywhere. So why I'm using Terraform for the automation? Because apart from the Terraform and CloudFormation, the other tools mainly for the configuration management. So they are expecting your servers to be up and running already. But Terraform are provisioning tool and designed to provision the infrastructure itself. Although we are stating them as configuration management tool and the Terraform is provisioning tool for the infrastructure, all of the tools have some kind of provisioning and configuration management capabilities at some point. But what basically my preference is, you're creating a Docker images for your tools of preference, and you deploy them by using Terraform. So you discard configuration management out of the equation by creating your own Docker images, so that you can use Terraform only to manage your infrastructure. Also, from the Terraform Zone documentation, they are stating that Terraform can help tame the difficulty of maintaining parallel environments and makes it practical to elastically create and destroy them. So that destroy part is important for operational security, because if we are to be exposed from by the blue teams, we should be able to destroy our infrastructure and get up and running somewhere different, so that we can continue to our operation. So there's something to be said. As I've said, scripting automation is not ideal, and also configuration management tools are not ideal as well, because in DevOps culture, they are calling it configuration drift. Once you have some configuration and the tool set that you're applying to your infrastructure to do the updates, it leads to a configuration drift. That means at some point your assets will not be the same. They will have minor differences that would cause lots of trouble with your infrastructure in the future, and it's the last thing that we want as a red teamer. So as I've said, using Terraform with Docker images to deploy the changes as well, it reduces the likelihood of the configuration drift, because you're preparing your Docker and you're deploying that Docker. So all of the images will be the same, and all of the deployed assets will be the same, because we are deploying the same Docker. And since we are running the engagements uniquely on every environment, so that afterwards we can destroy and wipe all the data, every change for us is a new deployment in that regard. So another thing to consider, that Terraform has a declarative style of coding. What this means is, if you need 10 instances, for example, here is an Ansible playbook. You're defining your EC2 and it's count to 10. The instance type is there. And in Terraform, you're also defining the count as 10, and the instance type is T2 micro. But if you were to deploy one more instance, your previous Ansible playbook becomes irrelevant, because now you need a new one with count 1, because Ansible does not track your changes. If you want to deploy one more instance, you should be able to state it in your code. But in the Terraform, if you update your script to 11, the Terraform will check what kind of servers and how many servers you have. And if they see 10 and you have 11 there, it will deploy just one instance. So it becomes so much easier to track our changes and make overall change on our infrastructure with Terraform, rather than track the changes on Ansible, the tools like Ansible. So the another thing is that Terraform does not have master server or agents to operate. The other tools kind of requires master server to run the playbooks and the agents on the instances, so that they can run the playbooks on the agents. So it's the last thing that we want, because it brings extra maintenance, and we want a lean environment. Less tool means less maintenance, less tool means less trouble for us. So every engagement would run smoothly without it, because we would need to maintain the agents and the master server as well, and also due to the vulnerabilities related to the server and the agents would also have a risk to make us exposed to the public environment of the blue teamers. So Terraform is, as I said, masterless and agentless, and it communicates directly with the APIs. So that's also one feature that we prefer. So after the tool decision, we can say we have three options to build and deploy our infrastructure. One is provisioning with Terraform and managing configuration management with tools like Ansible. But as I've said, Ansible and such tools brings agent and master relation in our infrastructure, and it is the thing that we don't not. The other thing is provisioning with Terraform and the server templating with Packer. You can create your own virtual machine with Packer and deploy it with Terraform. But yeah, it's a good solution to deploy the infrastructure and the tools, but it's not that fast and it's not that agile, so to say. The last thing that the last deployment strategy, and it's the preference of mine, is you use Terraform to provision your infrastructure, and you build Dockers for your tools, and you orchestrate them using Kubernetes in terms of the trouble, if some trouble comes up with the Dockers. So let's look at the sample infrastructures and simple Terraform scripts. So one is email server infrastructure. Let's say that we need to up email infrastructure to have to do a phishing campaign, and we do not want to use some third-party services like Gmail or AWS services on email provider, and we need to do it ourselves. If you were to do it yourself, that's the steps that you have to take in order to set up all of the infrastructure, because you have to define a gateway, a router, a VPC, and subnets, and the security groups for it, and routing tables for all of them, and the tools that the server and the database that you're going to use. All of them you have to set up it yourself, whether it would be script or by hand. It would look like this. But in Terraform, you can define your VPC like this. You define a AWS VPC resource, and you define the AWS subnet, one for public, one for private. And after that, you're defining your gateway and route table. And after that, you associate your route table to your subnets. And after that, you define your relevant security groups, ingress and egress, like that. And as for your instances, you can also you can define them like that, AWS instance and your instance name. If you were to use remote commands like this, the apt-get update, etc., you can state your connection information, your key, and your provision information, AMI, and the instance type, etc., and the security group of the instance. After you define all that, you're performing Terraform init to get the AWS packages. And after that, you can validate your scripts and make sure that it will work. And after that, you can use Terraform plan, and you can see how many changes Terraform will apply on your AWS environment. And after you're satisfied with everything, you can use Terraform apply, and you have this infrastructure in minutes with just one click. The another thing to consider is C2 infrastructure. This is my preference of approach. I mean, you can use Docker instances on Kubernetes, but since all of the cloud providers have their own managed services, whether it would be a load balancing service, whether it would be Kubernetes service, I always decide to use the cloud provider's own management services so that I have to manage less. And since they are managing it, you're less prone to errors in these kind of setups. So what we basically do is we get an up and running Amazon Elastic Kubernetes service. We are deploying workers in there. These workers are Dockers, and these Dockers are all tools, whether it would be Cobalt Strike, that would be Metasploit, or that could be an reconnaissance Docker that we set up. And after that, we can use Nginx ingress for balancing them so that we can redirect the traffic. And not only we are using Nginx, since we are using Elastic Kubernetes service, it automatically deploys Elastic Load Balancer on top of these infrastructure. So if you're using Nginx to redirect, the Elastic Load Balancer will redirect the traffic as well. So what you will have is more hardened environment on top of your already deployed environment. Thanks to the Amazon's service. As I said, you can do the similar service on Azure environment and also on Alibaba or all other cloud provider, you name it, as long as you change your AWS Terraforms to the provider that you will use. So for this infrastructure, we're defining our VPCs like before. We are using Terraform's AWS modules from it, and we are defining our private and public subnets that we will use for our engagement environment, and we are enabling the gateways. As I said, it's a managed service. It will handle itself, the rest of it. After that, we are defining our security groups, our traffic management. And once we define our traffic management in terms of the security groups, we are defining our Elastic Kubernetes service. And we are saying we will have 3 instances, minimum of 1. And we need one of them always up. So that would be 3 Metasploit instance or 3 Cobalt Strike instance. And you can deploy or change the numbers based on your preference or in your needs. But it's pretty much deploys Elastic Kubernetes service altogether. And after that, we will define the cluster that we will use. And we will define the Kubernetes as a provider in the Terraform. And we are defining role-based access control for accessing the Kubernetes in terms of if there's something wrong happened and we need to troubleshoot it during the engagement or before the engagement. And after that, we will have our tools. In this example, there's a Metasploit Docker, but since Metasploit Docker does not correlate with the Elastic Kubernetes Services deployment strategy, we change it and we use hand chart for Metasploit. This is the hand chart that we use. You can define the ports that you will use. And after defining the ports, you can define the services. Since, as I've said, it's a service, it will handle itself. So you just need to state it in your hand chart. And we're using that example host for ingress traffic. And we're using this path for our executable delivery and this port and the path for our handler. So after defining this hand chart, we have one more chart for Nginx. This is Nginx's own managed hand chart. So you can just download it from GitHub, ingress Nginx, and use it. After we provide the hand charts on the Terraform file, we just used provider as ham, and we configure it and state we have Kubernetes, and we will use Nginx ingress and the Metasploit with Helm, and it will deploy Metasploit and Nginx ingress as Docker images. And these Docker images will have application load balancer on top of it, and it will be managed by the Amazon's own Elastic Kubernetes service. So after we write our code as an infrastructure as code, let's say we use some kind of team server to store our codes, and let's think that some of our red team operators need some kind of port and path to be exposed so that they can also get some campaign going on. And let's say that the change that they do is not ideal for the infrastructure itself, and it crashes the infrastructure, whether it would be some port, reused port or reused path, or some kind of mistyped syntax in the code itself. So what will we do? Well, we are using GitLab, and since it's an open source one, you can use your private, you can run your private repository, and in that private repository, you can use change management features of it. I mean, you can use also GitHub or some kind of your preference on this repository choice, but as long as it supports change management as in continuous integration, it will do fine. In this, we will have 3 stages for our code. First, it will validate the infrastructure as in our code. It will validate our code. After that, it will actually deploy the infrastructure on some kind of mock-up server that we will provide. And after that, once everything goes well, it will destroy the infrastructure because no one wants to pay money for testing environment. So we will define a YAML file when we are pushing it to our repository in GitLab. This is the validating part of our test. It is using Terraform in Lite. It's a Docker image. You can just use it. Use this to run for yours. It will init and validate the syntax of our Terraform, and after that, it will deploy it. And we want to reserve some artifacts, as in Terraform TF state, once we apply the infrastructure, because once you apply it, some of the resources will be handled dynamically, and it will be written on that TF state file. That would be some CloudFront domain, or that could be at some kind of automatic assigned Elastic IP that they will decide it on runtime. So the Terraform has some file called TF state to store these states, and once you apply it, you can use it as an artifact afterwards to destroy your infrastructure. That's why we have artifact in there. So the deployment stage is like this, and if Terraform apply does not finish successfully, our continuous integration pipeline will not push our new code, and it will say that your Terraform apply is failed, and here's the output. And after that, we will fix our code, hopefully. And once we have success in this stage, we will go to the last stage to destroy our the test infrastructure. And we have then always their key value, because if you failed in this Terraform deploy stage, but some part of your infrastructure is deployed on the cloud provider, if you do not use this key value, if it fails, it will not run Terraform destroy. So your part of your infrastructure for test will be deployed, and will stay there until you destroy it yourself. So we will use when key value there to destroy our infrastructure always, whenever it fails or succeeds. It doesn't matter. And after these 3 stages, our automation completes. And if all of the stages are success, we will be certain that our code is working and we can actually deploy our infrastructure. So the 3 things that you should not forget in this presentation is whatever the operation is, you should whatever the engagement is, you should be able to choose the right red team operation for the engagement, whether it would be a 1 or 2 years long engagement or full scope or some kind of simulated environment. And for all of the operations, you should be able to choose your own tools based on your needs. And after your tool of choice and the engagement of choice, you should be able to design your infrastructure without adding complexity and without using complicated procedures. And after that, use automation as we did from our examples in Terraform, and make sure that you're using continuous integration practices so that you once you deploy your code, you do not have some surprises that you did not aware of. So that's what I will be talking about. That's all. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any question, I will be at Discord, and I will stay there until end of the conference. And will if you have questions, I will ask them gladly, and I will share the slides after we end the presentation on the Discord as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Mert, and thank you everybody for joining. As Mert mentioned, please join the Discord, and we will be here to answer any questions. And once again, thank you, Mert, so much.
You are joining us on the Red Team Village Mayhem Virtual Summit. Our speaker is Phil. He has been in this industry for a very long time and is an expert in pen testing. And I will let Phil take it away from here. Thank you, Phil.
All right, thanks, Joseph, and thanks to you and Omar for hosting this. This has been a really great conference. I've been excited. Kind of tough to follow these guys that's been presenting today, but really great content. Thanks for everyone for attending and supporting this event. People supporting this events like this is what keeps it going. As long as people show up, it'll keep happening. Like they say, if you build it, they will come. So keep attending these, and I can see more of this happening in the future. So a little bit about me. I'm Philip Wiley. I have my CISSP, OSCP, the GWAPT from SANS, and I'm the senior red team lead for a large global consumer product company. I'm the adjunct professor at Richland College. I teach ethical hacking and web application pen testing. I'm also the founder of the Pwn School Project, which is was like an on-site meetup, but we stream, and we've had to go strictly streaming for now, but we record our talks to YouTube, and most of our topics are usually around offensive security topics. We do have some blue team topics from time to time. Started out mainly going to be offensive related topics, but as we saw that there was a need for these other topics in security, then we kind of added those. I've been in IT and information security for over 22 years, been pen testing a little over 6 years. My first 5 years I spent as a consultant. I started out as a sysadmin, moved into network security, then AppSec, application security is what got me interested in pen testing from using the web app vulnerability scanners. I got exposed to that, got to go to some different talks and demos on software, and it really got me interested in penetration testing. And I'm also a co-host of the Uncommon Journey podcast. We talk to people throughout the industry about their journey into InfoSec. So my uncommon journey, and I like to share this because I had no idea that I would ever be using my mind for a living. So, some people can relate to this. And, whenever I graduated high school, I didn't have a plan. I was grown up and I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. And my friends recommended being a pro wrestler. So that made sense to me because I was a power lifter and kind of a big guy. So I didn't have any plans and it sounded like fun. So I went to wrestling school. and I wrestled for a few years. And then I got married, and then I needed more of a stable income and more of a lifestyle that's conducive to marriage. And so I worked various jobs doing manual labor, retail sales. And then I saw an ad one day on television for a trade school teaching CAD drafting. So I went to school, learned CAD drafting. Before that, my exposure to computers was just back in those days playing online games on Prodigy, the old internet service back before the internet really took off. And that was my experience. And as I worked as a CAD draftsman, I got exposure to computers and found out that I had more of a natural ability towards computers. That was more where I had my knack. And during that time, I found out about system administrator work. As a CAD draftsman, we were billed out at $30 an hour, and we were making about half of that. So we had a sysadmin come into our office one day, and they were billing $50 an hour. So I thought, this guy's making at least $10 an hour more than what I'm doing. What he's doing looks a lot more fun. So I taught myself how to build computers, and then after that, I took a Novell network class to work towards my CNE certification. And prior to getting my certification, I got a job on a rollout of Windows 95 and NetWare 411. And so that's how I got my start. And after that, I moved into information security, started out network security, and then eventually pen testing. I like to share my story and then go back to look at my details of my technical career to show people the skills that I gained and knowledge that helped me become a penetration tester. I like to share this slide with my students each semester. This talk actually evolved out of a talk I do first semester for my students about pen testing. And this is kind of went in, expanded to how to become a pen tester and the skills needed. So I like to share this slide each semester and remind my students only hack if you have permission, even better, written permission. Hacking without permission is illegal. So as they say in Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. So this, like I said, this evolved out of a lecture for my class. And so what we're going to cover today is tell you what pen testing is and the skills you need before you start learning how to pen test. You saw all these great talks today, all these people with these really good skills, really high level, really highly skilled individuals, but you got to start somewhere. And pen testing is a good way. If you want to be a red teamer, it's just kind of a variation of the skills they do there. So we're going to discuss that day after this is over with. If you're not already in the offensive security space, you'll have a better idea how to get into it. So what is pen testing? Pen testing is assessing security from an adversarial's perspective, as a malicious hacker would look at a network the way they would hack into systems, trying to gain unauthorized access to systems and sensitive data, also known as hacking. Why pen testing? Security posture from an adversarial perspective gives you a better understanding of the risk, security, severity. Exploitable vulnerabilities are higher risk and a higher priority for remediation, as well as justifying the budget. Sometimes remediation can be expensive, and business, if they can't afford the new firewalls or this new technology, sometimes they file an exception. They don't do that, or they come up with some mitigating control. So pen tests are a way to justify the budget to improve security and to remediate some vulnerabilities that exist that are discovered during a pen test. Also, it's needed for regulatory compliance. PCI DSS, the payment card industry data security standard, is a big driving force in the banking industry. One of my first jobs outside of consulting was working for a bank, and the majority of our work was based on PCI. So there's a lot of stuff related to compliance, a lot of your privacy, your PII information that needs to be protected. This has made the requirement for pen testing to increase. It's a fun job and a lot of job opportunities. And back on the fun job bullet, even now, I've been doing this for a while. Every time I get a shell, I'll get, administrator or root or domain administrator, there's still big thrill as it was the very first time. They're pen testing jobs. So when you're out here looking for jobs, you're looking through, your job descriptions, and that's one of the things I kind of go by to increase my skills. Look what people are looking for at certain jobs, and I know this is the type of scripting or programming language that would be helpful. These different other technologies. So as you're looking for this, it's not always listed as penetration tester or pen tester. It's more commonly like security consultants, analysts, or engineers. You have to dig into the job description to see that it's a pen testing job. and different terms synonymous with this. Most people have heard of ethical hackers. It's usually an easier way to describe to non-technical individuals penetration testing. Offensive security and adversarial security are other terms used to describe, and these are things that you can see in the job description. And threat and vulnerability management teams are a lot of places where pen testers reside in a company. Pen testing skills in other areas. So there's other areas that pen testing is helpful for. I mean, if you don't, even if you're not wanting to be a pen tester, if you understand pen testing, then understanding these skills are helpful as a SOC analyst, be able to understand that malicious traffic and better identify the type of attacks going on. Digital forensics incident response is another great area to understand these attacks. Network security analysts and engineers, purple teams where the red team is working with the defensive team to help strengthen the controls, and application security. This is a big area because a lot of times between pen tests, their application security folks will be doing vulnerability assessments. And so just to kind of give you even more information on why these skills are important and why looking at it from an adversarial perspective is important, is look at the MITRE attack framework, how much it's mentioned in red teaming. And a lot of people are starting to look at this as defenders at the MITRE attack framework. So this goes to show that looking at security from that perspective is very important. And when you're doing a pen test, there's different type of targets. So more commonly, you're going to see network and application. Your network can be internal facing, external, and wireless, because not always attackers are external. And if someone got a foothold internally, then how are they able to traverse through the network? Wireless is a very risky security, very risky technology, but it's not secured well because an attacker could hack into your facility from outside of your building, even a mile or so down the road, with some of the high-powered equipment they have out there for the USB network cards, as well as the long-range antennas. Applications, another popular area with web app, thick client, mobile, and cloud applications need to be tested. And then hardware, your network hardware, your routers and switches, IoT, medical devices, including pacemakers and insulin pumps. These could be used to cause harm to someone. So not always is breaches geared towards or focused on monetary. It's also geared towards possibly harming people. You know, with terrorism being a thing these days, what to worry about, then this is a way for them to cause harm without actually having to be in close proximity and easy to perform the attack and get away. Transportation is a very important area because you have your autonomous vehicles, you have the different navigation systems, planes. If someone is able to take control of this, they could cause a lot of harm. People and buildings through social engineering are targets that are tested. And a lot of times people will specialize in social engineering and building security as well as even the transportation. And types of pen test knowledge. Every time you're doing a pen test, you know so much about the target or you know little on the target. Your black box test is limited to no information on the target. I've done pen tests, full scope pen tests before, or red teaming engagements to where we knew the physical address because we had to test the physical address of a certain facility, and it was up to us to collect all the IP addresses and URLs. So black box is less information. The opposite end of the spectrum is white box or crystal box. This is detailed information, including accounts for application testing and documentation, even like some of the pen testing methods like assume breach. You get to be more of like a white box test. Someone may have a low-level user account on that system and see what they can do from there. And gray box is what we run into a lot of pen testing. This is partial knowledge, enough knowledge to be able to test the network. It's a combination or kind of a happy medium between the two different types. And a lot of these are going to be based on the amount of time for your pen test. If you've got a lot of time, then you can do a black box. If you get very little time, the more information you have, the better you can perform that test. And also this gives you information when you're doing your threat modeling. The more information you have, the better you can do a threat model to test the system and find those different layers and exploit endpoints on those devices or environments you're testing. And types of testing depth or different layers of a pen test. Your vulnerability scanning is like one of your first first things. And a lot of companies will do recurring vulnerability scans, like on a weekly or biweekly or monthly basis, to find the low-hanging fruit to get those vulnerabilities remediated. And as you notice from the slide, I've got in red text, it's not a pen test. It's not a pen test. You're just looking for vulnerabilities. Vulnerability assessments is the next level. This is still not a pen test because you're not trying to exploit anything. During a vulnerability assessment, you're validating the findings. So if you find these vulnerabilities, you're validating those findings, making sure they're not false positives. And you'll also use other tools outside of your vulnerability scanners, like your port scanners like Nmap and MassScan, to look for ports and services that may be vulnerable that you could do some manual testing against. And vulnerability assessments and pen testing, it's not all about automation. Automation is an important part, but it's not the whole thing. You need to really use those manual techniques to help improve the quality of your pen test. And then your next level is your penetration test. So you've done your vulnerability scans, you've validated this during your vulnerability assessments, you've done your port scans and service scans to look at other vulnerabilities that you may have to detect manually or with other tools. Now you're to the exploitation phase. This is what makes it a pen test. You're exploiting the system or hacking into the system. And then kind of your next level of testing depth is more your full scope pen test, your red team and adversarial tests. There's a lot of confusion when it comes to red team. Sometimes people will, kind of broadly categorize all offensive security as red team, all defense as blue team. And even on a blue team perspective, there's more to it than that. But from red teaming and adversarial testing is more testing the blue team's ability to respond, testing without notification, making sure that the security controls, technology, and personnel you have in place are detecting and reacting to these attacks. So this is really truly what red teaming is. And if you've been on the conference most of the day, you probably gathered that by now. But this is where it gets into one of the more interesting areas, in my opinion. They all have their place, but with a lot of the compliance has really narrowed the scope down. And so this is where the red teaming really comes into play. And different specializations, and this goes back based on our targets. You have your generalists, and this is usually where people start out, unless you have an application background. So doing your network, your Wi-Fi, and light web app. Even though you're doing a network pen test, there are a lot of different tools out there to administer systems that have a web front end. So having a knowledge of that is important. And then your application, this is web app, mobile, thick client, and cloud. So these are some of the specializations. And usually your generalists are people that come out of a security background or system administrators. Your application security can come from people that have pen testing experience or someone that has that development background. This is a really, software development, web development is a really good area for people who want to be application pen testers. And then social engineering and physical, these kind of follow each other, and they actually kind of go hand in hand with red team. These are used a lot more during red team engagements or full scope penetration tests. And then there's also people that do transportation. And people I've seen get in this field have been mechanics, people that work for car manufacturers that deal with the electronics, the computer system that control the cars. They understand the technology. Now it's just a matter of learning how to hack it. Then your red team and adversarial simulations. And how to become a pen tester. This is usually the more interesting part of this talk to people, and most of the reason why most people attend this talk. So to become a pen tester, you've got to understand the technology. You've got to understand networking and operating systems, especially Windows and Linux. And you need to know those operating systems at a system administrator level, because you get access to a Windows box or Linux server through the command line. If you don't know the command line, then you're going to be doing a lot of Googling, you're going to be lost. So you really need to understand this. Knowing the operating system, you can shut down firewalls and different services, antivirus and that kind of thing. So understanding that command line is very important. And then understanding security. So you need to understand the technology of the target you're trying to hack, and then you need to understand the security, how to get around those security controls. And then application and hardware are good areas to understand as well. And so once you've got that technology piece of it and the security piece, then you've got to learn how to hack. And this was where I was at in my career. I'd worked in security. I'd worked as a sysadmin. I did some web application security stuff, done some vulnerability scans, but I didn't know how to hack. I got hired on as a penetration tester, and a new part of being a pen tester is how to hack and exploit systems. So I signed up for the Offensive Security OSCP certification, and this is where I learned how to hack, which was one of the most valuable courses that I've taken to date. I've learned a lot in that course. So you have to learn how to hack. So through classes like the OSCP, classes at conferences, different talks at conferences like this, meetups and meetings, your different local DEF CON groups, your OWASP groups, your hacker associations, and then self-study. You know, even though you're getting training and stuff, you need to practice. So having a home lab is good. There's a lot of good walkthroughs and tutorials on YouTube. So videos are a great resource. Tutorials, blogs, and articles on Twitter. InfoSec Twitter is a really good place to get information because all the people that are writing these really cool tools like Mimikatz and PowerShell Empire and all these really cool tools, they usually have Twitter accounts and they post out about findings that they found in different tools they wrote. So this is a really good place to find information and get plugged into the security community. And once you kind of gained some knowledge, you're going to have to develop the hacker mindset. And the hacker mindset is the ability to think like a malicious hacker. You have to find ways to exploit the vulnerabilities. This is one area of security, not the only one that requires creativity, but it's one area that requires creative and analytical thinking combined. And to develop this mindset is similar to troubleshooting. You know, when you install something and it goes perfect, that's fine. But then when it breaks, you have to figure out how to troubleshoot and fix it. Or if you're installing something and it doesn't install well from the beginning, you understand that technology better, that you've had to go through and troubleshoot, and you know some of the caveats. So hacking is kind of the same way. You'll find certain conditions and you realize, like troubleshooting, you have to do this to fix it. Then you realize, if I see this vulnerability, this is possible and this is possible. Learn how to chain together those different types of exploits and techniques. That's how you develop that mindset. And this takes time and repetition. So working in your lab, working as CTFs and bug bounties is a good way to get to practice. So the more you do it, the easier it becomes. And once you build up that base level of knowledge, you're able to build off of that. So this is very, very important to develop the hacker mindset. And the pen tester blueprint formula. So as we discussed, you need the technology knowledge, security knowledge, and plus the hacker mindset. And where do you start? So what you need to do here next is you need to assess your skills, and then you do a gap analysis on what you know and what you need to know to become a pen tester. As we discussed, you need to know operating systems, hardware and networking, and security. So based on that, you need to decide what you need to learn. If you got no IT experience, then you need to start with the basics. Learn operating systems, hardware, and networking, and be patient in your journey to learn this. If you get in too big of a hurry, you don't retain it, and you miss and skip some things. So the more time you take to learn, the more time you spend, the better you're going to understand this, and the better you're going to be at anything you're doing. And there's nothing worse than flying through something and then you're on a project and now all of a sudden you've got to relearn something that you started learning at one time. So try to remember, make an effort to learn. The end goal may be to be a pen tester or a red teamer, but you really need to make sure that you have all that foundational knowledge there. And if you have IT experience, then fill in the areas that you don't have experience with. If you don't know Linux, there's a lot of areas in IT that you may not be using Linux on a daily basis. You may not understand security or networking and learn those. It's going to pay off in the end. And some of these things you hear people say, they'll see this and they'll think, I don't have to have that. But some of the people are saying that are coming from a educational background. They've been going to college. So, if you're going to college, you're learning networking, you're learning operating systems, you're learning these technologies in security and development, you're learning something. This is a base. So this is part of this. There's different ways to acquire this knowledge. And then InfoSec experience, you could be working in compliance and not really doing much from a hands-on technical point of view. So you need to fill in those gaps as well. And if you have that experience, then you got to learn to hack and working in CTFs, bug bounties, and different type of events like that. It's a good way to build that experience. And as you go through these your vulnerable labs at home and these things, you can explain to an employer how you would do reconnaissance against a target, how you would exploit that system, how you do your enumeration. So as you're doing these steps, you're learning valuable skills and things that you can explain on an interview. And anyone, no matter what level you're at, build a lab. I've been in IT and security over 22 years, and I still have a lab. I've got a dedicated server with vulnerable VMs on it, as well as I run some vulnerable VMs on my laptop as well to be able to practice. And it's also a good way, if you're experienced, to test your proof of concepts. Sometimes you find an exploit and you want to test it in a test environment before you on a network, put it on a network. Because sometimes it can have adverse impacts on the network. If you crash a system, that's not good. And so you can kind of refine your attack before you get it on that production environment. So it's very important to test that. And then your labs. This is pretty broad, and you can get more granular, but the very first lab, like I was mentioning, my laptop with VMs, this would be what I refer to as the minimalist lab. You've got your attack VM on there, or your host that you're running on a system could have your hacking tools on there. And then you've got your vulnerable VMs on there that you're attacking. And then you get your dedicated labs. You can have multiple systems, like a standalone server with your vulnerable VMs on it, or you can have, the operating system running vulnerable applications on it. And then your advanced labs, you can break it down and get as complex if you want. You can get a server rack, you can get servers, set up your clients, you can use routers and switches, and a lot of stuff you can still virtualize. Things to keep in perspective when you're building these labs out, the more complicated you make it, then if you're trying to learn to hack and you're spending most of your time troubleshooting, then that can kind of slow you down. Back in my process coming up through IT and security, I used to do web design on the side, and I hosted my client sites at home on an Apache web server that I had running on Linux. And whenever I had hardware failures, I had to come back home and reinstall. So it was taken away from where I was making money, where I needed my focus at. So keep that in mind. Although if you really need to learn the troubleshooting experience, this could be a good way. But if you really need to, if you're at the point in your career, you need to really focus on the hacking perspective of it, then focus on that and set something up solid that you're not having to troubleshoot, something that's easy for you to maintain. And another advantage to the minimalist lab is you can take this with you. So if you're traveling for work, if you want to go to the coffee shop or something, you're at home, you get tired of studying one place, you can go to the library any place. So it's portable, so you can take your lab with you. Plus, on your minimalist lab, you can have this set up for doing your bug bounties and also CTF, so you have all your tools on there. And your home lab, how to set up your attack platform. So you need something to attack your systems from. You need something to install your hacker tools on. Kali Linux is a very popular one, as well as Parrot OS. I like Kali Linux because it's been around longer. It's maintained and created by pen testers for pen testers, and also the creators of the offensive security courses such as the OSCP. So it's a good solid platform to test from. Although there's nothing wrong with Parrot OS, the one thing I say is it's pretty easy to install any of the hacking tools on Linux, on Kali Linux. You hardly run into very many snags installing stuff. And then if you just want to run, if you like Ubuntu Linux, then you can use Trusted.CK Pentester Framework. With the Pentester Framework, you have this little script, this little program that you run, and you can install the different hacking tools. And I was seeing earlier today that you can actually even install some C2 from that. Before, it was more related to your typical pen testing tools like Metasploit, which is often considered a C2, but some of the more dedicated C2 installs are in there. So that's a good route to go. And then also Windows 10 with Commando VM. FireEye has a set of scripts similar to kind of like the pen tester framework, that you run these different scripts and it will install the different pen testing tools. And I'd recommend being able to use a Windows and a Linux platform, because there's a lot of administrative tools on Windows for administering Microsoft databases and networks, Active Directory that run really well on Windows. So that's a good platform to have. I would recommend having two different VMs or two different total systems, one with Linux and one with Windows. And to set up your targets at home, you can create different VMs from vulnhub.com, which is a good resource. And two of the first VMs I'd recommend is Metasploitable 2 and 3. Metasploitable 2 takes a little less setup. Metasploitable 3 is a little more scripted because you can install it on Windows. So that's one of the nice things. A lot of the vulnerable VMs come on Linux. You definitely need to get experience with Windows because a lot of your enterprise environments are going to be, the majority of their systems are going to be Windows. They're running Active Directory. They're running, Exchange and Outlook for their emails. So understanding those Microsoft technologies and how to hack those are going to be very important in your career. OWASP WebGoat, as well as a lot of other vulnerable apps out there. And just like Websploit, Omar's project, that's another great one that has vulnerable Dockerized vulnerable apps that you have these targets to test against. And also you can create your own VM targets with vulnerable software from ExploitDB. Not only does ExploitDB have the exploits, a lot of times there's links to the vulnerable applications. So if you want to test a certain exploit from a proof of concept that you're doing a pen test, or you're just trying to learn different attacks, you can download the software and install it and set up your own virtual environment. And if you're wanting to build CTFs, that's a good place to get vulnerable apps for your targets for your CTFs. And recommended reading, this first book here, Penetration Testing, a Hands-On Introduction to Hacking by Georgia Weidman. This is a really good book. I used to use this for my web app, not my web app pen testing class, but for my ethical hacking class. When I started out with the class, we used this book the first year. And what's really great about this book, not only is it teaching you pen testing, it's also teaching you how to build your own lab environment. And Georgia not only is a pen tester and a researcher, a very talented individual, she's also an OSCP. So this would have been very handy if this book would have been out when I was going through my OSCP. So this is the book I recommend starting out with, especially considering it shows you how to build your own labs. And then you have the Hacker's Playbook 2 and 3. There's a version 1, but version 2 is a little more modern version, updated version of the book. And I would start with that. And then version 3, I wouldn't skip version 2. Version 3 gets more into red teaming. So there's more red team techniques in there. Version 2 is more pen tester focused, but the books build off each other. This is the order I would do those books in. And if you're wanting to be a web app pen tester, then the Web Application Hacker's Handbook, Discovering and Exploiting Security Flaws, you want to make sure to get version 2 of that book. And this book is created by one of the creators of Burp Suite. And also along the lines of that, they have a really great resource now. They quit updating the book, but if you go to portswigger.net, the Web Application Security Academy on there has, instead of updating the book, they started putting all the content online. So they've got a lot of labs that they're constantly adding to, everything from beginner level to very advanced. So this is a really good place to learn web app pen testing along with this book. And this is the book I've been using for my web app pen testing course at Richland College. And the Red Team Field Manual, this is a good one. That's just a good resource manual of different tips and tricks, different one-liners and syntax for Cisco and Linux, Unix, and Windows commands. So this is a nice little lightweight resource that can help you find things that you may need during a pen test or during other IT and security needs. And then here's a list of resources. If you kind of notice, there's kind of a gap between the bottom and the top. And the reason for that is the top resources are paid resources. These are not free. So SANS Institute, they've got some of the best in the industry, just like George that we heard earlier today. And these people are in the field, some of the best, and they're writing the course content. So these are really good classes. Some cases, you're going to have to go through your employer to afford these because they're like $7,000 courses, although they've added a couple courses like the Red Team course by George. That one is a 2-day class and it's like $2,800. And then your next level down is eLearn Security. Their courses run you anywhere from $1,000 to like $1,900, and they had some corporate special going recently that you can get all of their courses for a year for like a little under $4,000. And then you got virtual hacking labs, and all these, the SANS and eLearn Security, that you can learn mobile web app pen testing, network pen testing, and so those are really good resources. And virtual hacking labs, if you're wanting to go through the OSCP, this is a good way to kind of do some upfront studying. If you don't have experience in pen testing, it's good to prepare a little bit upfront for the OSCP. Just going into it without any experience is going to make it a little more difficult. So Virtual Hacking Labs, you can get like a full year subscription for $750, and you access the labs through a VPN. There's an online course on pen testing and a downloadable PDF that you can study on pen testing. And then you have these targets. And the cool thing about their setup is they start out from easy to advanced. The easy targets will tell you the operating system, and they'll give you some hints. And it helps you to exploit that system. As it gets more difficult, you start getting less tips up to no tips. So where they're getting to the point where you get towards the end, they take off the training wheels. It's up for you to attack these on your own. So they kind of build you up to it. And that's a good way to start out. And they even have like an Android device in their environment. So you get a little bit of variety outside of Windows and Linux. And then Pentester Academy, this is a really good one. They've got all sorts of stuff. This is very cost effective. They've got a deal going on now, $39 a month. And they've got online labs, like over 1,500 labs and growing. They've got different video courses on PowerShell for pen testers, JavaScript for pen testers, network pen testing, Metasploit, anything you can think of. This is a really good resource. And then you have Pentester Lab. If you're interested in web app pen testing, this is a good one. This one will take you from, exploiting a system to getting a shell. So a lot of the other resources on learning web app pen testing doesn't always take you to the shell. But if there's any way to get command line access, then these labs will show you how to do it. So it's really good if you're wanting to get more into the hardcore web app pen testing. And then Practical Pen Test Labs. Last time I saw, they were running $64 for lifetime access, VPN access to some vulnerable machines, and they have a little pen testing course that you go through starting out. So this is a really good resource, $64 for several virtual machines with vulnerabilities on it, different targets to hack. So that's a really good resource. And then we get to these other resources down here, Bugcrowd University and Hacker 101 through HackerOne. These teach you how to do web app pen testing. They show you about the different vulnerabilities, how to use different tools. And the Hacker 101 even has an online CTF. So you actually apply what you're learning to build up those skills to help phase you into becoming a web app pen tester or a bug bounty hunter. And then SANS pen testing blog, although a lot of SANS stuff is paid, they do have a lot of free content. And the pen testing blog is a really good place to learn Nmap. They've got some really good cheat sheets on Nmap and Metasploit, PowerShell, and some other tools. And then hackingtutorials.org. This was created by the creators of Virtual Hacking Labs. This is different tutorials based on vulnerability scanners, Metasploit, Nmap, different hacking tools. They show you how to use those. So that's a good way to get up to speed on some of those tools and techniques. And then Cybrary. Cybrary has a lot of good resources. They've started offering some paid content, but the Advanced Pen Testing course is based on the book by Georgia Weidman. She actually created the content. So it gives you some videos that you can go along with that book if you go that route of learning through Georgia's book. And Web Application Security Academy, as I mentioned, we're talking about the Web Application Hackers Handbook. That's the online lab for Portswigger, for the Burp Suite tool. And some of these require the pro version of Burp, but a lot of them don't. But the course content, the learning, you can go through there and read that regardless. But it starts out as a beginner level all the way up to advanced. And then OWASP.org has a lot of good information, links to online vulnerable applications, VMs that you can download, different vulnerable applications that you can practice web app pen testing through, as well as OWASP Zap, which is a competitor to Burp Suite. So they have other tools on there as well. So that's a really good resource. They've got the OWASP testing guide, which is a really good way to learn web app pen testing. It gives you a step-by-step methodology on how to perform web app pen tests, as well as they've included stuff on mobile and IoT on there, I believe. And then you got hackthebox.eu. So if you're wanting to go for the OSCP, they've got some boxes out there that are similar to some of the systems in the OSCP. And TJ Null has a really good resource out there where he compares systems that are similar to OSCP boxes, and some of those are even more difficult. So that's a really good resource to check out. And then Over the Wire, CTF, and also neglected to put Under the Wire, but both of those are really good. Over the Wire is Linux based, and Under the Wire is based on Windows and PowerShell. And to get these links, if you don't want to take a screenshot, you can also go to the hackermaker.com learning-resources, and I have all these links up there. And certifications. One of the things I want to say before we get into the certification portion of this, because over the years giving this talk, people always ask about the certifications, and one of the things I want to make sure to elaborate on, you can have any of these certifications, but I advise when you're going through this process, learn it. Don't just pass the exam, because if you have the certification, you go interview for a job, then it's not going to help. It may get your resume in the hands of a hiring manager, but that may be as far as you go. So you really need to know the content. Take the time learning that. So that's really important there. And entry-level certs, the CEH is a good one to get past the HR firewall. As far as what you learn, it's not what I recommend the most, but it's a DoD listed cert like the CISSP. A lot of government contractors will look for people to be able to get these government contracts, people that work for the government. They look for the CEH. There's some other ones out there. Pentest Plus hasn't made that list yet, but there's some other CompTIA certs, which I would imagine Pentest Plus will eventually get on there. But your intermediate certifications, these are the ones that are going to give you the knowledge to get through a technical interview. This is going to give you the skills you need. And these two are two of the most common certs I see when they're looking for pen testers, along with the SANS Web App Pen Testing cert. But the GPen from SANS is question-based. You'll answer questions, and some of them could be just multiple choice, and some of them could be you're looking at this Nmap output, and you're supposed to describe what you see there and answer questions based on that. But the OSCP is lab, so you have to go in and hack into systems, write a report on it to be able to pass the exam. So you're actually getting hands-on, and you're proving what you learned aside from just memorizing questions. And then your advanced cert, you're getting your GXPN and your OSCP. These are advanced certifications, advanced pen testing, and exploit development certs. The SANS is their typical format, which is question answer and performance questions based on the screens you see. But the OSCE is that's like a 48-hour exam that you actually have to write exploits and that sort of thing, and exploit systems to pass those. The interesting thing is a lot of the pen tests job requirements out there, a lot of times they equally consider those. And a lot of that's because the content of the SANS materials are really up to date and really good information. So, make sure to know what you're doing with the certificate, make sure you know the content, then also understand how these are going to help you out. The CEH gets your foot in the door. The intermediate and advanced certifications are going to go a lot further in helping you get the job. And different job tips, professional networking. So your different meetups, your conferences, always get out there and be networking. Your different meetups, LinkedIn is a good place to make sure this is your online resume. Keep it accurate and constantly up to date. This is the way recruiters are going to find you. They're looking for certain keywords, and this is how they're going to find your resume. And and also make sure you're putting things on there truthful. When you're going through an interview, you want to make sure that the things you have on your resume is truthful. You didn't, if you ran turning on Metasploit, launching Metasploit is not the same thing as knowing Metasploit. And then, on certain things, if you don't know them as in depth, kind of let the person that's interviewing you, give your experience on it. If you're not really advanced in your knowledge in it, explain how much experience you have with it. Because sometimes employers may see that you have a little bit of this experience and realize that they can build on that and train you for the job. So be honest on your resume. Make sure what you put on there is true, because interviewers will look at your resume. That's how they know what to ask you questions. If you're wondering why you're getting drilled on Metasploit, if you look like a Metasploit guru on your resume, they're trying to get an idea of how well you know the different skills and technologies that you have on your resume. Prepare for your interviews. Know the OWASP top 10. No matter what kind of pen testing job it is, you're always going to get asked questions on SQL injection, cross-site scripting, those different OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. Make sure you understand the vulnerability, describe it, how it can be exploited, how it can be remediated. And, a lot of times I've been on interviews where people on my team were impressed because the person didn't know it was reflected or stored cross-site scripting, but they were able to distinguish the different types and know exactly what it was, didn't know the exact name of it. And they'd be able to explain the basics like the three-way TCP handshake and the OSI model. Some people have been removed from pen testing and the hands-on for a while. This is kind of stuff that they still, deal with and understand. So this is the kind of stuff you may get asked there. So kind of understand before you go into an interview, just kind of review your resume, make sure you can explain your history, your work history, and then just kind of explain, be ready to explain, the different things on your resume, and that way you'll have a lot better job, a lot better opportunity during your interview and a higher chance of getting hired. I mean, the interviews I do best on are the ones that I review beforehand, and I'll still do that because you can get an interview, and if you hadn't looked at something in 6 months, you may forget certain details about it. So that's always something good to do. And here's my contact information. I got into teaching because I loved sharing my passion for pen testing and ethical hacking. I would meet people at different meetups. They'd be interested in the OSCP, and they would ask me different, educational tips, things to learn, that, and as well to become a pen tester. So I've helped and mentored a lot of people over the years. This is what got me into teaching and starting the Pwn School project. And so you can find me on Twitter. I'm pretty active there. You can find the Pwn School project at pwnschool.com. We have different recordings from different meetups. So we've had Tim Medine do talks for us, although we don't have the recording from that. So feel free to join us. We got meetings coming up next week. I teach web app pen testing, ethical hacking at Richland College. The courses are available online. And check out ITSP magazine for the Uncommon Journey podcast. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take those now, or you can follow up with me on Discord or through social media.
Excellent. Thank you, Philip. And basically, right now, basically, it's just only through Discord. So if you have any questions, I see that Discord is actually extremely active. And if you just join us, we have a Discord channel specifically for the Red Team Village.
Sure.
Feel free to communicate with any of the speakers. And thank you again.
Thanks for hosting me. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Hi, everyone. This is Pony IP. I'm one of the hosts for the CTF today. We hope everyone enjoyed it. We saw some amazing scores as teams powered through over 118 flags. We had 416 registered users that claimed over 3,800 flags for the long event that we had today. I want to thank the Red Team Village for having us here to host. A big thank you to all the players. It was great watching you traverse through the challenges and communicating in Discord, seeing the awesome memes that you posted on Twitter. It was a pretty solid day. I want to thank my team. It was Juicy K. He did the APK while LandHB did most of the malware challenge. Bob Dole did the Joe Strikes Back entire stream, and then Nop Researcher did a whole handful of you saw which ones that he did, and then Nolu, thank you for doing the forensics piece with the PCAP, and then OWT Decaf. He did the Tiger Tunes website. So what you've been all waiting for. So first place is not a big surprise. Neutrino Cannon took the lead pretty early in the day, and they held on to it. I believe they were 2 flags away from completing the entire board. Second place, though, that was pretty exciting to watch. Right at the end there, they snuck in from behind, and they took second place, and that was Team Noob Doob. And then third place was a Lion Hat. So now with that, so everybody here will receive vouchers for Pro Labs for Hack the Box. I want to thank Hack the Box for sponsoring this event and allowing us to give out those vouchers. And so we'll be in comms with you over Discord. Figure out which Pro Labs you want. There's 3 right now. You can go take a look, and then each team will get 5 of those vouchers. And now I'll pass it over to Nop Researcher.
Hey, I'm Nop Researcher. Just want to say thanks for Red Team Village for having us. It was a great time. Thank you for all the players who participated and filling out the survey. We got a lot of great feedback. With all the great feedback, we got a lot of pros and cons. So we picked out one that we really liked, 0x00. It goes by also David. He won our Pen Testing with Kali OSCP voucher. So big shout out to OSCP for giving us that. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Red Team.
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate your support in this event, and congratulations to Neutrino. What was the rest of their name?
Neutrino Cannon.
Neutrino Cannon. Thanks. Congratulations to you guys and your team. So the Red Team Village wants to thank everyone that attended, everyone that supported and promoted our event, and everyone on social media that continues to support the events, tweeting, Facebook, all of the other social medias is a lot of help. We're going to continue to run the Red Team Village platform on Discord and on Twitch. So continue to subscribe and monitor those channels. Lastly, I want to mention that we sent a survey out in the channel. Please fill out the survey. The survey helps us do better. We want to know where we can improve. And then you can also win prizes. We're going to be giving away some prizes for that. And then finally, keep coming back here. And then I'm going to turn it over to Omar for the final word.
Thank you, everybody, again for joining today. I really appreciate your time, your collaboration. We have grown that Discord channel today tremendously. There are hundreds of people now chatting in there. So I continue to remind you to, please continue the conversation. And a couple of reminders. Of course, we're going to have the Red Team Village during DEF CON this year. So it's going to be more than just one day. And the second one is that the CFP, or the call for paper, is actually open. So if you have any idea of a specific topic that you want to present, or if you actually can give a training, just like we did today, that will be amazing. We're also looking for volunteers. We're also looking for people that are a little bit more advanced in the knowledge of streaming than me. So definitely please keep in touch. I really appreciate your time, and have a good day.